You, sir. And at the very outset, let me thank the Secretary and the JS from DCPC for arranging this roundtable on the dyes and pigment industry, and for FICCI to organize it at this venue during India Chem 2020. Sir, as you said very correctly, dyestuffs and pigments, what we say colorants, are India is the only, in India, this industry is the only industry which has 17% of the global market. All the other industries are way below as far as the market share is concerned in the world. And this is also export positive, in the sense the foreign exchange we earn is much more than the foreign exchange we spend in importing our maybe raw materials or finished goods. So there are just in the chemical sector 2 or 3 subsectors, the colorants being one, agrochemicals, and to the best of my knowledge, generic pharma. Apart from that, all are, I think, importing much more than what they are exporting. And the PMO took cognizance of this, and under Vision 2047, maybe a year back, less than a year back, about 8-10 months back, I was called up one day and asked that by 2047, will India overtake China? Because China has 29% of the global share. So India's market size is about $6.7 billion. China is more than 11 billion. So I was asked whether by 2047, will we be in a position to overtake China? And I said, definitely, sir. We would rather have it much before 2047. And there are a few things where we would need active support and help from the government. And those areas we can identify, we can work on together, because it's not us versus them, it is together. And as was said the other day, all of us should have national goals and work towards it. So towards that, this has been organized, sir. Basically, I have identified 5 areas, and I welcome all the captains of the industry also who have, at my personal request, come here today and to deliberate. The 5 areas which we need to prepare a policy document for Vision 2047 for our industry are raw material and feedstock, which is a critical issue. And I will go, I'm just enumerating them. Then there's human resources and labor. There's market development, technical upgradation and innovation, as the JS rightly pointed out. And finally, the environment, which perhaps is the most critical. But having said that, all the others are critical by themselves also. So with this, I would now request Mr. Anjani Prasad to give us perspective in 5 minutes for the dyestuff industry, and then take up one issue after the other. And since the Secretary, sir, has already said that we have a cut-off limit, there's a next session where the Minister is coming, we should not eat into their time. We'll try to finish off this session by, sir, with your permission, 11:10. Is it okay?
I think
11. Chalo, theek hai, shuru karte hai, but we'll try. So, Mr. Prasad, over to you.
Privileged to be here to manage and to give a kind of perspective about the dyestuff industry. The dyestuff industry, as Janak Bhai has said, that we are exporting a lot, but then there is also an issue that when the industry globally is not doing well, then we also hit the maximum. So that's where I would like to bring in a bit of what's happening around in terms of the consumer industry. The main topic, especially in textiles, when you look at the market for America supplies for apparel is also shifting in Central America. So we need to look at how we can compete and see that it's going to happen. Honduras and all the other countries are going to be a big supply base, especially in apparel. Home textiles, when you look at, is huge in India. We export a lot to US, but we have no FTAs with the Europe. So we are not able to get there more strongly. In the denim area, we are more localized. The consumptions are all local, but then 20% is only export, but less of what you call skills in terms of garment making and the quality and innovation, especially on sustainability aspect on denim. Pakistan, Bangladesh and Turkey are doing fantastic for this in terms of exports. In technical textiles, we need a lot of technology transfers to India. We have not been able to push to that level to get some business for India there. Paper industry, when you look at where the dice consumption is also there, India is about 14th in terms of the pulp requirement. So we are not yet there, but I feel the packaging industry, where the plastic ban is really creating a lot of things on innovation topics, especially on barrier coating and the packaging industry. That's where we need to also focus on. Leather industry, I feel we have well developed, but it depends upon the fashion, and now the sustainable leather, which is coming from the protein and other natural sources, will become very important for us to develop as an innovation topic for infecting, also influencing coloration. Construction and ink is more local, where you can't do more outside. Mainly on the pigment area, and I see a lot of stocks lying in China at the moment in pigment, and so the pigment industry at the moment in India is also suffering because they are not able to get that supplies to be doing there. Now detergent industry is also consuming a lot of pigments, both dyes and pigments, and that is where detergent and home care industry also need to be looked at. What will be the supply base? The biggest of this, Procter & Gamble, Levers, and all these big companies are there in a big way, but also domestic players are emerging, which can become global and can help us in driving the consumptions. On the personal care and on the cosmetic also, there's a natural based products are coming in for deriving the area, because people like more natural, especially close to the skin, and that industry of natural products of coloration should also be taken care. Agro needs more sustainable pesticides especially, and there also neem and other based products will be there. Now India, basically, as I said, that FTA will be very, very critical for us, because Bangladesh and other countries are having that kind of a benefit, and we need to look at, especially for Europe, we need to be there. Clusters in India, especially from the textile base, is very critical because of the supply chain complexity from fiber to the fabric, and for the retailing, you need to really look at how do we not transfer too much in terms of shipments and freight, and have more cluster formation, like an example of Tirupur in India, which is one of the best performing place in terms of the whole cluster formation. We need to develop something more on that from end to end. The imports is still very high in chemicals especially, and there we need to find even the smallest of chemicals like acetic acid we still want to import now. Why don't we develop this base business also very strongly in India, because this will really, because the consumption of the base business, then the specialty is very high. And I would ask that if this business can also be pushed forward. I see like UPL going for CYCL, for example, is a big step forward. That we were all importing that, now we have local production coming up. Same thing, we need to get some of these chemical companies to get into this major raw materials. The other important topic which I've been raising, and Janak Bhai knows it, is one of my favorite topics, is mainly that we need innovation portal. And I discussed also with Purohitji that there are so many institutes, and best of chemical engineers are in India. But we don't have trading around this open innovation of the portal. We need to develop from the government a portal where you can connect to the university and the students together to really exchange, and we can really provide. India is not among the biggest patent providers. If it's a small country like Switzerland will have 5 times more patent filing, and people are not able to get this research to the bulk scale level. And we need, for future growth, we should not go the China way, but we should go and find our own India way, more sustainable way to go forward. But innovations will help. We can't just keep on copying and try to develop something just as a item, but we need to get into some really good stuff to create a lot of revenue for India. So this was my small message, but I feel these are very important. Janak Bhai gave me 5 minutes, so I said maybe
thanks a lot, Anjani ji, for adhering to the time limit and in covering the entire lot that you had planned to cover. So thanks a lot. So I think let us start for what we have basically come to have, a policy document, Vision 2047, and one of the critical areas that we'll need to look at, as I said earlier, is the raw material and feedstock. So some of the points which I have noted over here, and read it out, and then from there on I'll throw it open to everyone to bring it. But with the time limit that we have, I think after maybe 5-7 minutes, we'll move on to the next point. So one of the areas is availability of feedstock and international prices will be the key to future growth of the colorant industry. The other thing is that they should be identified, the feedstock, in a very judicious way, that sometimes we need to take a call on make or buy, because come what may, we may not be able to compete in some products. And in trying to protect that industry, we may end up harming that value-added downstream industry and their export potential. So that judicious mix, we will have to take a call. And of course, no doubt we need to reduce imports, and I think a lot of things have happened in that. A very good development in the pipeline is the PLI scheme, which is coming. I hope it is coming, sir. You can, yes, great, excellent. And basically, because that will help, reducing the import, having the intermediates made in India, and make us more, have a balance of trade in our favor. Earlier I had said we should encourage production of dispersed dyes intermediates, but I think Atul and a couple of other companies have taken up the challenge. They are coming in a big way, and I welcome that. We have to encourage production of naphthalene derivatives, which were being made in India for a long, long time. Then it went to China. One of the pioneers in that is Mr. Vatsal Nayak, and his father had been. So I am glad he's here. Maybe he can add to what we have to do in that. And sir, the only thing here, which I would like to say somewhere, the anti-dumping duty proceedings, the period of investigation sometimes is 2 years, 3 years earlier, and the prices today are 5 times higher, but still the anti-dumping comes into place, which has no relevance to the current scenario. So that somehow is affecting the entire value chain of the raw materials. So that I think needs to be taken care of. So having said that, I welcome Dr. Rao, if you have any suggestions on the raw material and feedstock situation.
I think we can just check like what we did yesterday. Who
Yes.
all would like to speak?
Yes, on this topic, who would like to speak? Okay, one.
For the entire session.
For the entire session.
For the entire session.
Okay, no, that.
This session particularly.
Yes.
Only this session right here.
In this session.
Means then
10 to 11.
10 to 11. Nah, of course, he is there. Jitubai is there. Dr. Rao is there. Mr. Vatsal Nayak, Yogesh Bhai would be there. Anyone else would like to come in from the industry side? Dr. Pankaj Mehta was to be there, but he is. Oh, there he is. Yeah, of course, he'll also come in. He's a major intermediate. 7 people, yes. Okay. So, no, please. Sure, doctor. Yeah.
Opportunity. Basically, this dice industry, as you rightly mentioned, is now really growing at beyond double digits actually. And we are only present in 2 segments, that is sulfur and reactive. Rest of the dice we are not present. Globally, the dispersed dice is the biggest segment. So that is the area which we must look at it. We already approached the ministry requesting for PLI on anthraquinone, which are the very specific dice required for high light fastness. Today, as Anjani Prasad rightly mentioned, the biggest consumer industry is the textile industry, and the textile industry involving understanding their requirements will give us a tremendous benefit for us to develop the products required for that industry. So dispersed dyes having being used now in athleisure and sportswear in a significant way, we feel that India's presence in dispersed dyes is very much required, sir. Second is in denim, we are having self-reliance in sulfur black. We are also exporting to global market, but we don't have strong presence in indigo. So that is one area which all of us are looking at it, sir, because it is based on hydrogen cyanide process. So we are trying to develop alternate process so that we can avoid the most toxic chemicals to use it to produce such a product called indigo, which is 90,000 tons only China globally today producing. Third, very important, sir, is every day some new requirement coming up in the textile industry. Last week there was 20 ppm, this week 10 ppm, next week 4 ppm limits on apparel fabrics. So these limits, understanding and making products to meet those requirements. So all of us have to be, as Prasad rightly mentioned, a kind of innovation forum we can form, we discuss, we exchange, and we meet the universities who can support us meeting these requirements, because there are basic impurities which can be cleaned up. So where we are missing out the benefit. So most of these Chinese companies, what they're doing is they are supplying to multinationals in Germany, where they're cleaning the product and reselling it, where they're adding 3 times more price than what actual original price, which we can definitely meet that requirement. So that's, I feel, sir, it's one of the very key important area. And in raw material, except a few major key raw materials, we are very strongly present. India is self-reliant in various things, and we also going N-1 levels more, much benzene level to the further up. Atul, the company which is the first dice, happy to share with you, sir, 70 years old, the first dice manufacturing company is Atul Limited. I am from
I would like to correct you here, doctor. The first dyestuff was Associated Research Laboratories in 1938. This association was formed before Atul in 1950. So let that be on record. And but thanks. And one caveat I would like to suggest before I proceed is that please, whatever we speak should be basically on policy. I'm sure all of you need not be told, but for the sake of good order, I'm saying nobody should bring their personal issues over here. So this is given. So thank you, doctor, for your valuable inputs. Vatsalbhai, you would like to come in on this naphthalene-based derivatives?
Naphthalene derivatives are very essential for reactive and acid dyes. And we have been pioneer, we in the sense India, have been pioneer in this series. But unfortunately, in 90s, we lost it because of our bad pricing. So now we should focus on having the feedstock, majorly naphthalene-based one. And India is, I think, not naphthalene surplus. So that we should think of. Thank you.
This was in India all along, and then we lost it. But since it is critical, and reactive dyes, we are the leaders in the world. And despite importing from China, we have still maintained our position as #1 in the world. But if we can make it in India as we used to earlier, I'm sure the boost it will give to the Indian exports will be exponential. And in our race towards 2047, it would go a long way. And it will also help in our target of achieving 5 trillion economy sooner rather than later.
Beta-naphthol, only single product, we import 30,000 metric ton per annum from China, which is very huge.
So on the raw material and feedstock, if there is no significant point, Pankaj Bhai, of course, you.
Good morning. I think we are, as Aarti, suppliers really of intermediates to the dyes and of course many other industries. So we have a different vantage point and a perspective. So I think what I heard about the naphthalene-based or beta-naphthol, we'd be happy to take a look and see how the viability of that kind of a project would look like. So we'll connect base with the dyes manufacturers. One other thought is that, with the legacy industry, right, dye stuffs is a very old 70s, 80s industry. So it is quite fragmented with very many companies, and each of the company has a kind of perspective, but as a collective, it's probably difficult to gauge and compete on the world scale. So, with the digitization, and you see aggregators in, say, the Ola, Ubers, and in the hotels, maybe the chemical industry also looks at something like that, to have an aggregator, so that we first reduce the value chain costs, right? Transaction costs. That's what Uber, Ola, and the hotel aggregators do, without reducing the cost of manufacturing, so to speak, and become competitive, accessible, etc. So that is something that may be looked at, and I don't know if the government can help on that front in terms of policy. So that will make it competitive, will give us all a better market assessment also globally, and make us as India a competitive industry. So that is one out of the box suggestion that we would like to bring from our perspective, because we deal with so many customers. Again, for specifics, we have a position in the benzene-based derivatives, and now we are also expanding in the toluene-based. But we'd be happy to look at the naphthalene and the others once we get a sense of the market. So.
Just I'll react to that. If you are suggesting that government can play a role in becoming some sort of aggregator, so what is there in your mind? What specific thing? So if you could, instead of discussing it here, maybe I think if you can further refine the concept and share it with us.
It's like a digital platform, the government has like competing with Amazon, I think has come out with a aggregator model for shopping, or with the UPI payments, so something like that really.
So we can further refine that and develop it.
A portal for innovation.
That
also
noted.
will do it.
That is
Yes.
noted.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Yes, sir, we'll do that.
Sir, one suggestion where government could also help in terms of the feedstock, because the downstream industry, we face this issue. As the feedstock manufacturer, they are dealing with big volumes, and sometimes their own priority changes. They enter into their own captive consumption for some reason, and then the downstream industry, they are left high and dry. We have this situation that we have the feedstock only for a week, and we are talking about our 10,000, 15,000 tons production. So what could happen is that, first of all, you could facilitate to help us to give a bigger picture periodically, that how that, the upstream industry is developing. I mean, we should have some view, and today we don't have the view. Downstream and the upstream are completely disconnected. So that is one part. Second thing is that, as Janak Bhai mentioned, some kind of a mix and match approach could be helpful. The role of the public sector into the feedstock is very important here, because our requirement is too small, and they are also importing some of the feedstocks. And they have the available infrastructure at the port to do that. Janak Bhai and me, we cannot do that because we need that. So therefore, if we are able to align us, parallelly with the public sector, I think it can give, and we can give our requirement, and our requirements are not huge like, 100,000 tons or something like that. This is in the range of 200 tons per month, something like that. So I think this could be aligned. So a steady availability could be ensured, and then little bit up and down we are able to absorb. Janak Bhai, that's what I thought.
I think that again is a welcome suggestion, and if just we have to see how it works out, put the nuts and bolts in places, so that all the three suggestions which have come, I think merit deeper study. I think we should take it up together, sir. The JS was just suggesting that rather than take one issue at a time, all the other three issues I think I'll take together, so that that's better, so that and then we'll keep the environment for the last, so that that becomes easier and we are well within time. Yes, sir, please come.
Sir, benzene, toluene, xylene, naphthalene are very important raw materials for the dyestuff industry. What anthracene is equally important chemical, which was hitherto being produced in the country, but now being stopped because of cheaper imports from China. Sir, anthracene-based wet dyes are very expensive dyes, very value-added dyes, which are very expensive dyes. There is a lot of export potential for wet dyes. So industry need to explore the manufacture of anthracene also in the country, and subsequently we should also endeavor to again manufacture anthracene-based wet dyes in the country, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jasbir Singh. Now there are two issues. One is HR related and the market development, and also on the technical upgradation and innovation. I think Mr. Prasad has already given us some ideas on the innovation by having this portal. You can also, anyone who has other ideas can feel free. But on the human resources, sir, there is a skill development program which this department had undertaken about a decade back, and we had done extensive deliberations work. We had identified 5 or 6 areas in the country. We had also identified that there are centers of excellence which are funded by the government but lying vacant with a lot of facility, a lot of land, a little bit of infrastructure upgradation over there, and we could develop them into very good skill development. Because in this industry, sir, the chemical technology and chemical engineering institutes are lots. There's no dearth of them. In fact, there's a bit more than the requirement. So there we don't need anything. But on the skill development, sir, on the shop floor level, and if the skill development program is done well, sir, it will also help in reducing accidents and taking care of the safety aspect. And we have done lot of work, sir, with the department. The papers would be available with you, sir. If that could be revived, sir, I'm sure that will go a long way in helping this sector. In fact, the entire chemical sector, we had done for the entire chemical sector, and we had identified 5 or 6 places all over India which had these centers of excellence lying vacant or almost vacant, no work being done, and a lot of potential available. So I think we need not even go for acquisition of land, acquisition of building, machinery. It's all there, and we should just, kind of a plug and play situation. So I think we can start straight away, sir. That also should be there. Sir, one thing, of course, which I've been trying to put forward on the thing is labor laws. I think it's a huge issue. I will take it up with Aarti madam and yourself also. One other area, sir, which we had discussed was decriminalization of accidents. Accidents per se are, as they suggest, accidents and not intentional. So there something needs to be done. So having said that, and on market, sir, development, the need to increase export is there. We have given a plan. By 2047, we should be more than 30% of the global market. Sir, there the MDA, MAI scheme which is available to export promotion councils, if they are given to national associations, we could complement their role and go into untapped areas, because, sir, we have grown up to this level with a certain model, but if we are to jump the orbit, go into the next orbit, we'll have to go to the end users rather than the traders. And that is going to be the key and the challenge, sir. So this particular, if we as a national association are given some sort of a help, we can, I've spoken the other day to the gentleman from MEA, and I told him, complimented him on the excellent work that I have found the Indian missions doing. Amazing work. I've got great cooperation from the Indian missions all along. And if he also said that, yes, if there are any areas, they will go whole out to support this industry. So if some kind of scheme is announced for us, it will go a long way in the industry jumping into the next orbit, where we'll develop our own brands, where the multinationals are very strong, and if we need to challenge, we need to develop our own brands. So there, sir, we have to have, some of the Indian companies are going, but we need a better push in that direction. Image building was spoken yesterday also by somebody, and that need not be kind of reiterated, that is a given. PLI scheme is there, so that I need not say any further. So I leave it open to everybody. Please come in with your valuable suggestions. We have had some very good suggestions so far. We can build on that, on these 3 issues of human resource and labor, market development, and technical upgradation. Yogesh bhai, do you have any?
Environment.
No, environment will come later. Okay, fine.
Technical.
Yeah, please.
On the marketing aspect, I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So in terms of developing the whole market, we are relying on brands from outside. And these brands are playing around a lot because they are restricting a lot on their specifications, reach, and barriers created through certification. Our people in the market are spending so much of money for certifications, end of the day. What we need is to really play the whole value game. We are playing a part of the processing, say textiles, but not playing the brand game. We need to put a lot of entrepreneurs to play a brand game. Now, if you look at, say, for example, textiles, Aditya Birla and Reliance, maybe they are the only one playing, but there are so much of scope to play the big brand game. They are playing the commodity game, but the brand to take up the bigs of Leroy or the Adidas of the world in activewear. Levi's is a big center of innovation in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is into crisis. Why can't we pick up the whole activewear and sportswear market? There's a lot of things can be done on the brands. We don't have even a T-shirt big brand in India. For example, denim, you can see we are still looking at Levi's, Wranglers and this. Why don't we put in our big brand across the world? And that's where you can have a lot of things lying here as revenue than to lose the revenue in parts. And this is where I feel a lot of work has to be done in terms of the end-use industry and creating a brand, because we are the one buying the brands from there and giving all the revenue out to these brands. End of the day.
Basically, what you are saying that if our end users also develop a strong brand in India,
Yes.
then the dice companies of India will also develop their own
Absolutely.
brand in a strong way. I think that's a valid point, and I think that
Yeah.
will also, yes.
Actually, it can trigger the positive image of the whole chemical industry. If it is innovatively done, I think a great idea. We should work on that.
Is with here, I think he can take a note of it and see how, after some brainstorming, to make this into a reality from the drawing board to the, yes.
This textile will give his views after
Yes.
after all we.
Okay, fine.
Maybe I think
Yes.
everyone say then we'll request
Certainly. So now I think, is there anything else on, would like to come in? Yes, Dr. Rao.
Basically, this most of the dice production involves large number of unit processes, sir, like drying, crystallization, distillation, solving, and so on. So we can give these processes to the universities to upgrade and develop much more efficient way. Today, our recovery of solvents, except pharma, is 95%. So if it can go to 98, 99%, it gives a significant benefit to the industry. The same technology can be supplied through government sources to various people who are interested to invest and take it forward. So I feel the technology collation or bringing it together would be a big help, especially unit processes where inefficiency is very more in India compared to other places.
Wherein there was that the universities can be funded by the government, they can do their R&D, they can be the patent holders, but the right to use it lies with the government, and the government gives it free to the Indian industry, so that, that spurs growth and that spurs innovation both. Of course, that has to be looked into, but there was a suggestion of this kind earlier. So anyway, friends-
Janak bhai, yeah.
Yes, sir. Please,
So,
Pankaj bhai.
so to add to the innovation point here, we've actually already suggested to the department for the chemicals industry as a whole, kind of CSR funding being allowed for use in R&D and innovation at recognized institutes. You couldn't do it anywhere, but just like the ATG scheme, say for example, you could channel your CSR funds through associations like DMI or ICC or FICCI or associations like that to recognized, say, IITs or ICT or IICT, to have what I would call pre-competitive research. So in the dyes space, and just like you said, that then the IP belongs to the government, and they could, for a token fee also or no fee or whatever, I mean, those are the details that can be worked out, but that can be provided to companies to develop. And again, market development also actually, come to my earlier point that the industry is so fragmented. If it is consolidated, then we have a stronger picture of the overall market. Otherwise, we'll not be in a strong position to compete. Thanks.
Thank you, Pankaj bhai. So friends, with your permission now, if I may go to the issues related to the environment, and I'm very happy and I welcome the JS from the Ministry of Environment and Forest, as well as the MS from CPCB, Director CPCB, and of course Mr. Dinbandhu Gowda is also here. So I'll just briefly enumerate the points which are there on the environmental concerns, and then we can throw open for discussion. Of course, one is as regards the SOPs, sir, for the highly hazardous waste, and here, sir, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is, as per the Waste Management Act, any byproduct coming from the chemical industry is treated as hazardous. If that is the case, sir, that needs to be looked into. Not all byproducts can be hazardous. There will be products which are non-hazardous. So then the SOPs which are kind of an inhibiting factor to growth, which are, we had a situation sometime in the month of, what was it, March, April, where suddenly, and that of course with your good offices we were able to solve, but that's again time-based. So if that could be looked into, where you know, sir, how to go about it, but my request is that if that can be done, then a whole lot of problems will be solved as far as these SOPs are concerned, because not all byproducts, some, maybe if need be, sir, there was a suggestion that some of the byproducts could be termed as joint product rather than byproduct, and then in that case the SOPs are not required. So, sir, I'd be willing to be guided by you on that, sir. Sir, the other thing is that the CETPs have been in existence for far too long, maybe 20, 30 years, most of them. And the technology that they adopted at that point in time was pretty old. All the CETPs now require to be upgraded. Newer technologies are available, newer machineries are available. So if, sir, certain grants should be given to the CETPs to upgrade their infrastructure, I think the compliance and the environment protection would be much better. So if, sir, that could be considered, then I think we'll have a better compliance. So here another thing that needs to be considered is that somewhere down the line, there should be a distinguishing factor between the violator and the law abider. Many a times what is happening is that due to a few violators, the entire estate suffers. And there is a number of examples in that. So people who are doing good work, they are putting a lot of effort, time, money, etc. They all suffer because of a few black sheep. So that somehow we have to have a system wherein we distinguish between the violator and the law abider. I'm sure, sir, with the people on the ground, that could be done in a rather, in not that difficult a manner. Another point, sir, which we would like to request is, of course, EC is an issue, and I think, sir, Mr. Gangwar the other day said, Bajpai ji, that 70 days is the average, which we welcome. But, sir, is the 70 days for the chemical industry also, or it is for the entire Indian, this thing? Yeah, okay. So if that is, but if my suggestion was that if, you know, a deemed DC should be could be considered, maybe not now, but in time to come, we plant a seed in everyone's mind, and then see how best to have systems in place so that, you know, everyone's job becomes easier, yours as a regulator and ours as an industry. Of course, then the other points are, the other one is, sir, that for notified area, the environment impact audit is done for the entire notified area. Then, sir, why for the individual unit in that area? An environment impact audit should be done. So that's duplication. If that could be avoided, it would again help the SMEs a long way. It will go a long way in helping the SMEs. And, sir, the final one is the rationalization of deep sea discharge norms. We have done a lot of studies from 2006 to 2019. Another one is also underway. All the studies, none of the studies have said that the marine ecology has been adversely affected. In fact, some of the studies have said that the zooplankton and the phytoplanktons as well as the mangroves have grown also in the subsequent years. And we had those task force, which is, unfortunately, we had those during COVID, peak of COVID, so that we could not have it like we are having this meeting today. We had it online, where sometimes the signal was weak, sometimes the communication became a bit difficult. But nonetheless, my compliments to Dr. Gargav and his team for carrying along despite difficult times. And we had, but here, sir, again, we have taken huge data, we have tested so many parameters, maybe almost 100 parameters, and despite that, we don't find any adverse effect on the marine ecology. And also, sir, that we are basically at the moment talking of Gulf of Cambay as a restricted area, and based on that, we could, you know, scale it up to all India level with the current and all the other characteristics being studied over there. So, sir, with this, as I said, Gulf of Cambay has its own particular advantages, as well as the fact that it has been notified as wastewater disposal area as per table 1.5 of 1998 notification of MOEF. So that also is there. So I think all these things make a strong case for rationalizing the deep sea discharge norm, because, sir, we believe that by rationalizing it, we are helping the environment. Otherwise, what is happening is that some people are managing the environment. On the other hand, some are forced to go for ZLD, where the carbon footprint is extremely high, the power consumption is high, the use of chemicals is high, the capex and the opex both are high. So, sir, we are not actually helping the environment, and by rationalizing these norms with no adverse effect to the marine ecology, we will scale up our production by more than, which today I think we are at about 45% to 50%. We can double, so that will go a long way in us reaching our targets, in helping India to be the $3 trillion economy that we are looking by 2025. And then beyond that, as somebody said yesterday, maybe 10 trillion economy in time to come, become the third largest, much sooner than 2030. So these things, having national goals and working together, I think will help us a lot. If anybody wants to come in, sir, before you come in, sir, please do from the industry side. Sir, before that, if Yogesh Bhai wants to come in, then we can, of course.
Sir, most of the problems you have already taken, but I have already given you one paper from chamber. So tailor-made norms is there. So, sir, if zero liquid discharge is to be given, then multi-evaporator system is there. The liquid converted into the air. So the air pollution will be higher than the liquid one. So that is also one problem. So in each case, all CTPs should be given separate as per the requirement. Second point is, sir, CT amendment of change in product mix. Sir, usme, there is a CT amendment required at the time of change of the product is there. Sometimes, sir, we have an order of blue or yellow, and then we have an order of the red and that another thing. So in that case, CT amendment is required. When CT amendment comes, we have not to, that order has gone to the others. So that is also one problem, and CT amendment takes the times. Sir, EC amendment increasing and the production, some product which are adapting new technology, process, and where no pollution load is increasing, then EC amendment should be renewed. The unit is required to file undertaking to CETP and SPCP that there will be no increase in pollution load, either liquid or air. तो सर ये पोजीशन अगर होती है तो उसके लिए उसको सीटी अमेंडमेंट दे देना चाहिए, व्हेन देयर इज नो इंक्रीजिंग ऑफ द पोल्यूशन लोड इन दैट वन, वो हमको मिलता नहीं है सर, उसमें टाइम लग जाता है, उसमें प्रोडक्ट चली जाती है. Then untreated sewage effluent in CETP industries. Sir, most of the CETPs are working, and the problem of the CETP is the high TDS, because the dyes is a high TDS volume is there. So some untreated sewage should be mixed with that one. So it will help to the norms to put the COD and BOD level down. So 20% or 30% should be allowed for that one, not for the more than that one, but allowed for that one. So CETP will work smoothly. Sir, public hearing to establish common infrastructure of like CETP and TSDF. Sir, TSDF sites in Ahmedabad, 3 TSDF site has been closed because of the near of the area of the municipal corporation. So we have taken another place, but in public hearing we have cancelled that one, and our money has gone for that one. So public hearing will not be there. So you should provide us the common TSDF site place for that one. नोटिफाइड एरिया में से आप दे सकते हैं, नोटिफाइड एरिया में से आप जगह दीजिए हमको, तो वी विल गो. उसमें क्या होता है सर, आज दूसरे लोग जो ये TSDF साइट कर रहे हैं, आज हमारा 1000 रुपया चल रहा था, तो अभी 3000 रुपया पर मेट्रिक टन से हमको वो डालना पड़ता है. दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम सर. सो उसके लिए हमको जगह का प्रोवाइड करना चाहिए. इन गुजरात ऑल स्टेट एज केमिकल स्टेट, इन ऑल एरिया after 100 kilometers of the city area, it should be given by the notified area.
Okay, Yogesh Bhai, thank you. Pankaj Bhai needs to come very quickly because we are running out of time, and we need to give time to our friends from the ministry also.
Yes,
please,
Janak,
very
but
quick,
actually
please.
I had views on each of the points you mentioned, but I'll refrain from saying, but only a couple of them. One is the Rule 9 that you mentioned about the hazardous waste. Actually, we have had a recent situation where we had a byproduct which we could sell to someone who was going to use it to make a valuable product, but the authorities insisted that that be classified as a hazardous waste and have a SOP and all that. So it actually, while the intentions are very good of hazardous waste having SOPs, it creates a ironically, perverse situation where something that could be used as a byproduct, we have to actually in the application define it as hazardous waste. So that is something we need to reflect on how because it's a business to business, so the purchaser is a knowledgeable outfit who knows that he can use it appropriately to make products which are again sold on specifications. So that is one. The deep sea discharge, Janak bhai, you mentioned at length. One of the things is that while you can have deep sea discharge by pipeline, wherever pipelines are there, but pipelines are not there. We did a study about the carbon footprint of deep sea discharge versus ZLD, because you're evaporating water, which takes a lot of energy. And so even with say 100 kilometers trucking to the point at the seashore to discharge instead of pipeline, because you cannot have pipeline to every estate. It makes 3 to 4 times better carbon footprint. So with our COP27 commitments, 26 commitments and all that, I think it is a good idea to look at how to do that. And I believe that our specifications for discharge are much stricter than international norms. So that is also something to we need to find out and fix. So
Sure.
the carbon footprint we will share. We have done that study. I have few others, but we can do it
Sure,
offline.
Pankaj. And very last,
yeah.
Vatsal bhai, just win a minute, half a minute, finish it.
Currently, all our ECs, CCA are focusing on, these many products and this is the effluent. If we can change our, total look, that EC or permissions are to be given on only the effluents, that I will be, allowed to generate this effluent and this treatment scheme, regardless of any product which I make or regardless of any, product mix I do. That will resolve most of the problems. Number 2, in Basel, the industrial effluent after treatment and bringing to certain norms, it was given as an input to the sewage air treatment plant, STPs. So if we can give our CETPs effluent as an input to this thing, then all deep sea and others, ZLD and all that issues will be taken off.
Thank you, Vatsal bhai. Please request JS Textile to begin with.
Good morning to everyone, Secretary Chemicals and Petrochemicals and all other participants here. Some of the important issues that has been addressed by Mr. Prasad and other delegates, I will throw light on some of them. As you know that textiles and petrochem are very closely related. Petrochem industry provides the basic raw material for textiles. So we are thinking to have association with the petrochem industry from since long. But thanks to Mr. Prohit who invited me and gave the opportunity. So as you know that textile is the second largest employer and also the most polluting industry. So the important issue is whether it's dye stuff, we are the biggest consumers, and the research in this area is required so that we can reduce the pollution. And nowadays the buzzword is sustainability, circularity and traceability. India's export, we have already slipped from second position to fifth position. Now we are trying to gain our second position back. So this aspect will be very, very important. So the dye stuff industry or chemical industry has to look into this aspect. How can we make our textile products sustainable? And besides this, some other issues like in research areas, I would like to highlight that besides the conventional textile, there is a mission called National Technical Textile Mission, which I am heading, which is basically research-oriented mission. We have 1,000 crores component for only research works, Research means fundamental research, applied research. In the fundamental research, we are eyeing for development of new fibers. Like Mr. Prasad has mentioned about athleisure. Athleisure we are importing. We don't have any basic fiber like high quality fiber like aramids, ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, glass fibers, carbon fibers. These fibers, very few people make these fibers. So we are importing these fibers, although we are making the fabrics. So this is the major reason we are not able to produce a major brand in this area. We have many textile research associations who are doing research, and if you can, chemical industry can also participate in proposing any research proposals. You are most welcome. Presently, we are funding the research through government, means IIT, IISc, CSIR, government labs only, but industry partners are always there. So if you feel that if any area is there, you can definitely participate. The scheme is open. Out of 1,000 crore, we have spent till now only 240 crores. We have made commitment of 240 crores. So still large scope is there. So, and one more aspect, testing is very important. So suppose some textile exporter want to export, there are very stringent norms for testing. So for using dye and chemicals, some testing is required. So if today we have a meeting with our minister and member science Niti Aayog and principal scientific advisor. We are analyzing the testing infra gaps. We have number of textile research associations. You may be knowing or may not be knowing. We are 8 textile research associations there. With them, we are having the meeting in the evening. So if you feel that our textile industries are telling us where we have the testing gaps, if you can identify anything, some testing facilities in India is not there, so we can address these needs also. Besides this, you have talked about ETPs. ETPs, yes, it is one of the focus areas for textiles. And as per the vision of Prime Minister, he says, he always talks about the 5 Fs. 5 F means farm, fiber, fabric, fashion and foreign. This entire value chain has to be together. So some PM Mitra Park scheme is coming up. We are going to announce 7 such textile parks, mega textile parks you can say, to have the economy of scale. So very soon it will be coming up. So will be 1,000 acres plus parks. Means 500 acres up to 500 crores central government will fund, the rest from the state government. And in this, the chemical industry or petrochem industry can associate. It will be a great help because entire value chain will be at the same place. That will be very useful. And we are also organizing this regarding this chemical industry. For your workers, there is requirement of protective textiles. So protective textiles is a very important area. We have funded many good research proposals for high altitude clothing, for the chemical industry also. So we are having this on 16th of November at India Habitat Center. We are organizing a conference on this protective textiles. So I will ask there in North India Textile Research Association, NITRA it is called in short, in Ghaziabad, with Indian Technical Textile Association. They are organizing this conference. I will ask the names, I will take the names, Mr. Prohit, and we will invite some of the industries. So you can put forward your needs, what you need, and in which area some research can be done that can be helpful to your workers. This is from my side. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Sir, we have very small time because Secretary Agriculture is coming soon. So within 1-2 minutes, sir, you can kindly summarize. Later on, we can have a detailed discussion. There is no allegation.
So thank you. No, sir. Just on a lighter note, sir. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity, because this kind of forum, sir, actually gives us an opportunity to sensitize also to the stakeholders, because a lot of policy steps that we have been taking, but somehow it does not reach to the stakeholders. So we have noted down all the issues flagged by industries, and it will be divided into 2 categories. One that is directly related to the EC, and the other which will be related to the Air and Water Act and dealt by CPCB and our CP division in the ministry. So on the EC front, I would like to inform all the August gathering that the environment clearance essentially it is dealt in 3 stages. The first stage, when you take a terms of reference for preparation of EI studies, then you prepare the EI studies and conduct the public hearing if required, and then you come back to us for the environmental clearance. So there are timelines defined in the EIA notification for each of these stages. And as far as terms of reference is concerned, it is 30 days. But now, what we have done, we have taken reforms in each of these stages. So I'll just take 2 minutes in summarizing the kind of reforms that we have taken and the kind of benefits that it has yielded. So if you talk about terms of reference for chemical sector, it is completely standard terms of reference. You apply the terms of for the terms of reference and you get it instantly. So there is no time taken the terms of reference. We have standardized the entire thing. So once you have terms of reference, you can start preparing the IA study, EMP studies. But having said that, even if you have not taken terms of reference, since it is going to be standard TOR, you can start preparing your EIA study well in advance. So while you plan for your project, you can start collecting data with the help of 180 odd consultants that are accredited by Quality Council of India. So it's the names and list available on the website of QCI, and you can take help of any of them and you can start preparing while you are planning for your project. So that will save a lot of time, and then you take terms of reference. Next day you can apply for the public hearing. And if public hearing is not required, you can straight away apply for the EC. So that saves a lot of time. The other day I was in the audience, then the point was flagged that we should be allowed to carry out some activities with the terms of reference. So that already we have done through our OM dated 29th March 2022, wherein we have provided that you can do the fencing, permanent fencing, construction of temporary shades, using prefabricated modular structures, site office guards, storing material and machinery, provision of temporary electricity and water supply for site office guards. So this was not there. So this one step we have already taken. There was a abeyance by the NGT and Supreme Court also in carrying out the activities in critically polluted areas. So we have been able to lift that abeyance also, and there is no bar in having an industry even in the critically polluted areas, provided that you follow certain norms that we have already specified in black and white. The third thing is there is a talk about the violation aspect and decriminalization, the whole thing. So there are two issues. Earlier, sir, there was no provision in the Environment Protection Act for handling the violation matter, leave aside the criminalization aspect. Even once a project comes under violation, your project is bound to be closed. So now we have been able to come out with a standard operating procedure, and fortunately it has been upheld by Supreme Court also, wherein we have given how you can take up a project which has fallen under violation. You can come to us, and with following that standard procedure, you will be given EC. On the decriminalization aspect, as you all must be aware, we also had a consultation with industries, wherein we have proposed decriminalizing our Environment Protection Act, Air Act, and PLI. Already it is it is on the way, and DPIT is leading that thing. And I am very happy to share with you that EPA was an air pollution model was one of the best model that has been accepted by everyone, and they said that all the acts wherever decriminalization is required, they should follow the model adopted by Ministry of Environment. So this is on the decriminalization aspect, sir. Regarding time taken, during the appraisal process, we have already issued directions to the appraisal committee and the member secretaries not to raise repeated query. If at all you have query, you raise at once. So only when somebody is not responding to the specific query, it will be asked again. Otherwise, no repeated query, and we have been following it for the last 2 years now. Baseline data collection, as I said, that you can start collecting even before the TOR is granted. Now, sir, after that, what we have done that through Parivesh, the entire system is automated sort of. You don't need to visit any of the offices. You can sit at in the luxury of your drawing room. You can apply for it. And in last 2 years, we have been conducting all the meetings through VC. So nobody needs to visit any place. We have done a lot of delegations. Sir?
No, actually we are running Short of time. Next session is the VIPs have already started entering. So I think your points, both from JS Textile and JS Environment, they have been noted. I think we can have further.
Just last line.
Yeah.
I'll just focus. Number of days because he asked a specific question. So 2020, the chemical sector was 2020 when we started the reforms. It came down from 300 days to around 118 days. Now 2021, it came down to 62 days, and 2022, as while we are talking, till yesterday it was 52 days average. So this is how we have been coming down steadily, sir. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity, sir.
I think we need to, this is a very good enlightenment and very heartening to know that the time which was so long earlier, it has come to almost about 50 days. But there will be many issues, not only in environment, but other related issues. We'll continue to have the
Sir,
dialogue.
Just one point.
Yeah.
Sir, why don't we have a joint meeting with DCPC with a proper, yes. Okay, great.
So it's a good beginning by holding this session, which is being held for the first time. And that's not the last one. We'll continue to have further discussions. I think we'll close the session.
Sir, we'll close it. He'll just make one formal thanks, one line
Okay.
only, and we'll close it. Which is
And I also, from my side, I thank you. And we have the next session starting in next 5-10 minutes in the other room.
Yes, sir.
Wherein the Agriculture Minister would be joining.
Yes, sir.
Over to you.
Just. Yeah, it's on.
Thank you, everybody, for your presence and the talk. Thank you.
Only.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ashok Verma, partner with PwC. I would be moderating this session. To start the proceedings, I would like to welcome Honorable Minister Narendra Singh Tomar ji to this session. I would request Mr. R.G. Agarwal, Chairman FICCI Crop Protection Committee and Group Chairman Dhanuka Agritech to felicitate and welcome Honorable Minister to this session. There's a green certificate which is being given, which has 100 trees being planted. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to now request Mr. R.G. Agarwal to welcome Mr. Manoj Ahuja ji also. Okay, sir. Okay, yes. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. So to start the proceedings, I would like to request Sri Arun Baroka, Secretary Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, to make his welcome remark and set the context. Thank you.
नमस्कार माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री तोमर जी, माननीय मंत्री भगवंत खुबा जी, सचिव मनोज आहूजा जी, अजय अग्रवाल जी, my friends from the industry, the captains of the industry, I welcome you all in this session on agrochemicals, which is part of the India Chem 22. Friends, all of us know why this India Chem 22 has been organized, and sir, कोविड के बाद में ये पहला है जब हम फेस टू फेस लोगों से इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, और मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इसमें बहुत ही अच्छा पार्टिसिपेशन रहा। ज़्यादातर ये इस तरह का कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने मुंबई जैसे शहरों में रखा, दिल्ली में ये हमने एक इसका प्रयास किया है। प्रयास में थोड़ा सा लोगों को आशंका थी कि कितना रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो पाएगा, बट आई एम रियली वेरी हैप्पी दैट captains of the industry, the business partners have participated in a big number. The exhibition has been really very exciting. A lot of business interests have developed. सर, आज हम जो सेशन कर रहे हैं ये कल के कंटिन्यूएशन में है सर। कल का हमारा इनॉग्रल सेशन रहा। कल हमने मॉर्निंग में सर स्पेशलिटी केमिकल्स के ऊपर भी डिस्कस किया। सर केमिकल सेक्टर सर जस्ट सभी के नॉलेज के लिए, हालांकि काफ़ी लोगों को यहाँ पर ये बात रेपिटेशन लगेगी, पर केमिकल सेक्टर जीडीपी से लगभग 1.5 गुना ज़्यादा ग्रो कर रहा है। और विद इन केमिकल सेक्टर में अगर देखें कुछ ऐसे चीज़ें हैं, खास करके स्पेशलिटी केमिकल, एग्रोकेमिकल, डाइज और पिगमेंट्स वगैरह, ये ऐसे हैं जिनकी ग्रोथ और भी ज़्यादा है कंपेयर टू द नॉर्मल केमिकल की ग्रोथ के। और दूसरा, इनका एक्सपोर्ट भी बड़ा ज़बरदस्त हो रहा है बाकियों के। Many of them are net exporters also, even though we are net importers in terms of the chemicals, broadly speaking. Now, sir, आज का जो सेशन हमने रखा है वो सेशन हमारा एग्रोकेमिकल्स के ऊपर में है। इसकी भूमिका क्या है ये हम सब लोग जानते ही हैं। सर, आप तो इस शीर्ष पद में हैं और आपको इसके भलीभांति इसके बारे में पता है। सर, एग्रोकेमिकल ऐसा विषय है जो कि हमारी भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था से अभिन्न रूप से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसकी भूमिका को कम नहीं किया जा सकता है। अब चाहे पेस्टिसाइड हो, हर्बिसाइड हो, वीडीसाइड हो, कुछ भी हो, वो एक तो पहले तो वो रेगुलेटेड चीज़ है। दूसरी बात, उसमें एक ऑप्टिमम क्वांटिटी यूज़ होना चाहिए, ओवर नहीं होना चाहिए, कम नहीं होना चाहिए, और तभी उसका हमारे क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन के लिए भी फ़ायदा होगा, इकोनॉमी के लिए भी फ़ायदा होगा। सबसे पहले उसकी यूटिलिटी हमें तो पता ही है कि हम कितना लॉस जो है क्रॉप्स का वो इससे प्रोटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, बट इट हैज़ टू बी यूज्ड ऑप्टिमली फॉर द एनवायरनमेंट एज वेल एज फॉर द ह्यूमन हेल्थ। सर, इन चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने इस विषय के ऊपर में एक अलग से यहाँ पर ये सेशन रखा है जिसमें CEOs उपलब्ध हैं। हम CEOs के साथ में सचिव के लेवल पे भी और मेरे से पहले सचिव मिल के भी एक बार चर्चा हुई है इंडस्ट्री के एक्सपर्ट्स से। इसके अलावा हम अपने सचिव के लेवल पे भी हम इसमें डिस्कशन करें। कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो लॉन्ग टर्म इश्यूज हैं, पॉलिसी रेगुलेटरी इश्यूज हैं, जो कुछ पुरानी प्रथाएं चली आ रही हैं, उनको कैसे सॉल्व किया जा सकता है जिससे कि नए से नए, पहली बात तो नए केमिकल आ सकें, जो हमारा रेगुलेशन है वो मिनिमम रहे, जो अगर हम डिक्रिमिनलाइज कर सकें वो भी कर पाएं। तो इन विषय पर मैं और हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सचिव मनोज आहूजा जी भी इसके बारे में काफ़ी चर्चा कर चुके हैं। सर, आज के इस सेशन में आने के लिए आपका पहले तो बहुत बहुत तहे दिल से मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, और मैं माननीय मंत्री खुबा जी का भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। कल पूरा दिन हमारे बीच में रहे सर, लगभग 9 साढ़े 9 तक, सुबह से लेके अंत तक हम थक गए, पर साहब बिल्कुल चेहरे में वैसे ही ताजगी दिख रही थी। मनोज आहूजा जी का वो तो बिना एजेंडा के, बिना टाइम के कभी भी बोलते हैं अभी मीटिंग कर लेते हैं, तो दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ प्रॉम्प्टनेस व्हिच ही शोज सर, एंड आई एम रियली वेरी हैप्पी। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट द इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स आल्सो, हु particularly Agarwal ji and other industry CEOs who have participated in all the discussions which have happened not only in the morning, today's morning, and yesterday also in the morning and in the afternoon sessions. So we'll proceed as per the program which has been kept here. First of all, I think presentation by Shri Agarwal ji is there. So just to keep little short one and give more time to Honorable Minister, I'll be requesting the moderator also to carry on with the proceedings.
Thank you, Secretary sir, for setting that context, and I would request now Mr. R.J. Agarwal to make a brief presentation and stick to maybe 3-4 minutes maximum. Thank you.
माननीय कृषि किसान कल्याण मंत्री श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी, श्री भगवंत खूबा जी, केमिकल पेट्रोकेमिकल मिनिस्टर, सेक्रेटरी एग्रीकल्चर मनोज आहूजा जी, और हमारे सेक्रेटरी केमिकल अरुण बरुका जी, और मेरे सभी इंडस्ट्री के साथी, मीडिया के साथी, मैं सबका स्वागत करता हूं। और प्रेजेंटेशन में बहुत सी बातें हम सबको मालूम हैं, तो मैं उसको जल्दी से एस्केप करके कुछ 2-1 मुद्दे की बात है। जैसे हमारे अभी बरुका जी ने कहा वीडी साइड, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। हम सब जानते हैं कि 58% हमारी पॉपुलेशन एग्रीकल्चर में डिपेंड करती है, और इस इंडस्ट्री के बारे में लोगों को एक बहुत बड़ी गलतफहमी है। जैसे इंसान के लिए मेडिसिन फार्मास्यूटिकल कहलाते हैं, वैसे ही खेती के लिए जो हैं वो क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन केमिकल कहलाते हैं। दोनों एक तरीके से बनते हैं, दोनों में कोई फर्क नहीं है, लेकिन ये कन्फ्यूजन थोड़ा सा है जिसको हम चाहेंगे कि सरकार के साथ मिलकर दूर करें। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि माननीय कृषि मंत्री जी के सपोर्ट से और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के सपोर्ट से हम बहुत सी क्रॉप्स में वर्ल्ड में 1 नंबर की पोजीशन, 2 नंबर, 3 नंबर पोजीशन एंजॉय करते हैं। और पिछले साल फर्स्ट टाइम हमारा एक्सपोर्ट $50 बिलियन को क्रॉस करा एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स का। और इसी तरीके से अगर हमारा एक्सपोर्ट, जिसकी बहुत गुंजाइश है, हम कई गुना अपना एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट। अब बात आती है इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ एग्रोकेमिकल्स। जैसा अभी चर्चा चल रही थी, एफएओ के हिसाब से 40% क्रॉप वेस्ट हो जाती है, और हमारी अपने मंत्रालय पार्लियामेंट में आंसर देता है 10 से 30% तक की क्रॉप कीड़ों और बीमारियों से बर्बाद हो जाती है। वो 20% लें तो करीबन 8 लाख रुपए तक की फसल बर्बाद हो जाती है, और एफएओ के हिसाब से 16 लाख तक की फसल कीड़े बीमारियों की वजह से बर्बाद हो जाती है। तो इससे हम समझ सकते हैं कि इस क्षेत्र की कितनी महत्ता है। आज विश्व में 1175 पेस्टिसाइड्स अवेलेबल हैं, और हमारे यहाँ जस्ट 300 पेस्टिसाइड। अब ये सोचने की बात है कि हमारे देश में मल्टीनेशनल अमेरिकन, जापानीज सब कंपनियां बैठी हैं कि हमारे देश में नए पेस्टिसाइड क्यों नहीं आ रहे, और उसके लिए क्या रोड ब्लॉक है, ऐसे कौन से कानून हैं। जिसको रिव्यू करने की आवश्यकता है, और वो कंपनियां हिंदुस्तान में ना आके मलेशिया, इंडोनेशिया जा रही हैं, वियतनाम में डेवलपमेंट कर रही हैं, तो हमें देखना चाहिए कि वो इंडिया में आए। नेक्स्ट, पेस्टिसाइड्स का रोल हम सब जानते हैं कि प्रोडक्टिविटी इंप्रूव करते हैं, और हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी चाइना के मुकाबले पर हेक्टर जो जीडीपी हमारी वो 1/3 है। और ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट प्रश्न है कि ऐसा क्यों है। भारत सरकार के हम धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने इस सेक्टर को 15 चैंपियन सेक्टर में से एक डिक्लेयर किया है। और आज जो विश्व की ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन है उसमें हम पेस्टिसाइड क्षेत्र में ऑलरेडी हमारा 30,000 करोड़ से ज़्यादा का एक्सपोर्ट है, और अगर इसमें सपोर्ट मिल जाए तो ये एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ के डबल हो सकता है। और ये जो एनजीओ शोर मचाते हैं, तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बड़े बड़े एनजीओ के खाते बंद कर दिए, जो बाहर विदेशों से पैसा आता था और वो ताकतें हमारे देश के खिलाफ काम कर रही थी। पैसा किसी चीज़ के लिए और आता था और प्रदर्शन करते थे कि एटॉमिक पावर प्लांट ना लगे, डैम ना बने, हिंदुस्तान की तरक्की के खिलाफ ये सब काम कर रहे थे। नेक्स्ट, ये मैंने जो चाइना का कंपैरिजन बताने की कोशिश की है। लोग कहते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा पेस्टिसाइड यूज होता है। अरे डेवलप कंट्रीज को तो छोड़ दीजिए, हमारे पड़ोसी मुल्क में देखिए, हम उसके मुकाबले 3% पेस्टिसाइड यूज कर रहे हैं, 3%। उसके मुकाबले आधा फर्टिलाइजर यूज करते हैं। हमारी ज़मीन ज़्यादा, हमारी बारिश ज़्यादा, फिर भी जीडीपी हमारी ये सामने है। तो आज हम कब तक अपने किसान को गरीब रखेंगे? जब भी किसान की बात आती है, बेचारा गरीब किसान, हमें ये किसान के साथ गरीब वर्ड हटाना है। और ये तभी संभव है जब उसकी आमदनी बढ़े, और आमदनी उसको नई टेक्नोलॉजी, आज जैसे ड्रोन के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ने बहुत फास्ट काम किया, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी स्पेशल यही प्रगति मैदान में ड्रोन के उसमें किसानों को ड्रोन दिए। नेक्स्ट, ये छोटा सा रेगुलेटरी चैलेंज है, सबको मालूम है, मैं इस पर ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगाना चाहता, लेकिन कानून हमारा कहता है कि 1 साल में रजिस्ट्रेशन मिलना चाहिए 9(3) में, जिसको 6 महीने बढ़ाया जा सकता है, लेकिन कभी कभी 5 से 7 साल लगते हैं, और जो कंपनी उसको लाना चाहती है उसकी कीमत कई गुना बढ़ जाती है। नेक्स्ट, हाँ, इलिसिट ट्रेड की भी इसमें हमने बात की। हमारे देश में एक पैरेलल इंडस्ट्री है सर। दिल्ली से 25 किलोमीटर दूर दिल्ली में 6 रेड्स हुई पीछे, और 8 नकली बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां, हमारे कपूर साहब बैठे एफएमसी, सबसे ज़्यादा नकली माल इनका बनता है। इनका प्रोडक्ट इतना अच्छा और पॉपुलर है कि जितना ये बेचते हैं उतना चाइना से स्मगल होकर बिकता है। और भारत सरकार का कितना टैक्स का नुकसान है, इसमें हम कह सकते हैं पेनी वाइज पाउंड फुलिश, मतलब सरकार का नुकसान, कुछ लोगों का फायदा, और ये लाखों करोड़ का किसानों का नुकसान। इसके बारे में सोचने की जरूरत है। लास्ट स्लाइड है मेरी, वे फॉरवर्ड। भाई हमारा कहना है कि फार्मर को अपनी पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए क्वालिटी एग्री इनपुट्स मिलने चाहिए। आज सीड में भी समस्या है, फर्टिलाइजर में भी। ईल्ड गैप जो है उसको कम से कम करना है। आज साइंटिफिक डिसीजन होने चाहिए। अभी रिसेंटली आया कि ग्लाइफोसेट बैन, मतलब पेस्ट कंट्रोल ऑपरेटर से यूज होंगे। अरे गांव में कहाँ पेस्ट कंट्रोल ऑपरेटर है सर, और आज गांव में लेबर नहीं है। अगर ग्लाइफोसेट नहीं हो तो खेती नहीं होगी। अभी सर ने भी कहा कि वीडीसाइड, तो वीडीसाइड के बिना तो आज भविष्य नहीं है। पूरे विश्व में ग्लाइफोसेट यूज हो रहा है। अभी हमारे यहाँ फैसला है कि भैया पेस्ट कंट्रोल ऑपरेटर यूज करेंगे। Our country can attract new technology, green chemistry, pesticide from multinational companies. लेकिन जब तक हम उनकी जो समस्याएं हैं उनको सुन के दूर नहीं करेंगे तो हमारे देश की बजाय वियतनाम और इंडोनेशिया, हमारा यहाँ एम्प्लॉयमेंट और टैक्स का, और यहाँ बना के फिर हम उसको एक्सपोर्ट भी कर सकते हैं। तो उसके बारे में सोचने की ज़रूरत है। और एक हमारा है कि इंडस्ट्री के फेवर जो वर्ल्ड में पॉलिसीज है उसके हिसाब से हमारे देश में पॉलिसी बननी चाहिए, ताकि हमारा देश केमिकल सेक्टर में बहुत पोटेंशियल है और इसमें हम बहुत तेज़ी से तरक्की कर सकें। इसी के साथ मैं मंत्री जी का फिर से धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा कि आपने समय निकाला और आपके पास तो हम कभी भी जाएं, आपने मना नहीं किया, पूरा समय देते हैं और आपकी लीडरशिप में बहुत ग्रोथ हो रहा है एग्रीकल्चर में। आज जब कोविड के टाइम में सारे सेक्टर डी ग्रोथ कर रहे थे, आपकी लीडरशिप में 3% से ज़्यादा एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में ग्रोथ हुई और हमें पूरा विश्वास है आपकी लीडरशिप और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की गाइडेंस में एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का भविष्य बहुत अच्छा है और हम मिलकर बहुत अच्छी तरक्की करेंगे। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Sri Agarwal ji, for that short but very insightful remarks. And I think it has made my life easy because I would cover some part of the overview. Some of the points which you have already said, I think I would like to skip, but can I have the presentation on, please? Yeah. Yeah, so in terms of the overview of this industry, if you look at, it's around 50,000 crores industry. We look at both domestic and export, which is happening. And export, as Mr. Agarwal was also talking about, is close to around 36,000 crores last year. And that's a significant increase also, which has happened in last 2-3 years. And very clearly, some of the issues which Mr. Agarwal has already touched upon in terms of the per capita consumption is something which is much lower compared to many other developing and developed countries in India. So there are few areas which I would like to touch upon in my next slide. So if you look at the challenges which this particular industry is facing today, one of the challenges is also the low awareness about the product itself. The farmers are not so much aware about a lot of these products, and they still use the generic agrochemicals as compared to if you look at the other countries who are using very specialized nutrients and chemicals which is pertinent for their own specific products. The other issue which I see here is the regulatory challenges and policy and regulatory challenges which Mr. Agarwal also talked about. In terms of the time which is taken for registration of the new molecules has led to only around 300 molecules which is available currently for farmers today, whereas in many other countries, even our neighboring countries, others would have close to around 400 to 450 molecules which is being used and registered in those countries. Another aspect which I would like to talk about is that the emerging new opportunities are also there in this particular industry. Let's not only talk about the challenges which we see. There are opportunities which is coming in from the agtech players, because the way the drones and agtech industry is actually looking at agriculture space, that would mean that optimum use of agrochemicals is something which is very important, and which Secretary Sir also was hinting at, that it is very impactful for the industry as well, and also to take care of those sustainable agriculture concerns which is being voiced by many markets and also by NGOs in certain way. I move to some of the trends which we see here. So as you can see that there are certain regulatory challenges, but those are getting addressed by Government of India and respective ministries, like on the aerial spraying. There is already an approval or regulation which is put in place. There is also a requirement now for the top 1,000 listed companies to also submit their business responsibility and sustainable reporting requirements. So BRSR requirements also force many of the agrochemical industries also to talk about the sustainable agriculture in big way. The other aspect which I would like to talk about is also the different models which is emerging, because direct to consumer kind of marketing is something which is emerging with the advent of FPOs. And Government of India is promoting 10,000 farmer producer organizations, and we ourselves are actually working in, as PwC, we are working in many states, and we realize that the amount of proliferation of, I think, agrochemicals through FPO is limited, whereas the fertilizer is something which is getting more going through the FPO process. So there is an opportunity also for looking at how FPOs could act as the direct conduit for marketing. Of course, I understand that the supply chain issues are significant because you have more than 2.5 point of sales across the country, and that is something in terms of storing, distributing the chemicals have been a challenge, and that is also an aspect I think AgTech players and others could actually look at. In the next slide, I'm also trying to address some of the new selling methods which I've already covered. Another aspect which I would like to talk about is the consumer behavior, because the farmers have become much more advanced. They're ready to look at new ways to first become aware and then also to use some of these new molecules and new techniques which is being used for actually application of the chemicals as well. So that's an opportunity which is there for the industry. And finally, the geopolitics also is definitely playing, I would say, a good impact on our industry. In terms of everyone looking at China plus one, this is an opportunity which I think the agrochemical industry in India should explore and exploit. So with that, I will conclude my remark. And I would like to request Mr. Vikram Shroff, Director UPL, to make his address. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok. That was very nice. So I have only 2 or 3 minutes. I have just made 10 bullet points that I would like to share with the team. So आज के ज़माने में वर्ल्ड में काफ़ी यूक्रेन के क्राइसिस और कोविड के क्राइसिस के बाद फूड इन्फ्लेशन काफ़ी बढ़ा हुआ है. और अगर हम देखें तो इंडिया में हम सेफ़ हैं, हमारा इन्फ्लेशन है पर इतना ज़्यादा नहीं. मैं कल ही लंदन में था और लंदन और यूरोप में अगर आप किसी से पूछें तो खर्चा इतना हो गया है खाने पे, फूड पे, कि लोग कम खा रहे हैं. और यह पूरा सप्लाई चेन और सब कुछ में बहुत कठिन स्थिति है. और ये इंडिया के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है, हम उनके लिए फूड दे सकते हैं. इसके लिए एक छोटा सा मुद्दा है, हमें हमारा जो इकोसिस्टम है और जो MRL की हमारी जो लेटली चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, वो अगर हम कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवली लें, 3 मिनिस्ट्रीज़ में ये इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, अगर हम कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव में उसे लें तो इससे हमारी इंडस्ट्री को बहुत फ़ायदा होगा. दूसरा, अगर हम देखें आजकल सब लोग सस्टेनेबिलिटी और ऐसे सब चीज़ बात करते हैं, तो हम इंडिया इज़ द सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ फूड इन द वर्ल्ड, पर हमारा फूड सबसे सस्टेनेबल है. हम कीटनाशक, फर्टिलाइज़र सबसे कम इस्तेमाल करते हैं. ये भी बड़ी अच्छी बात है जिसके बारे में हम बोल सकते हैं लोग को कि हमारा कंजम्पशन है सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर में. लास्टली, पेस्टिसाइड की इम्पोर्टेंस अग्रवाल जी ने बात कर लिया तो मैं वो स्किप कर लेता हूँ. पर अगर हम देखें तो हमारी एक दो इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट है. एक हमारे कंट्री का ट्रेड सरप्लस देखते हैं और दूसरी तरफ से हम देखते हैं कि एक्सपोर्ट कितना हो रहा है. तो अगर हम ट्रेड सरप्लस देखें तो एग्रीकल्चर इज़ इवन हायर देन फार्मास्यूटिकल. आई रिपीट, एग्रीकल्चर इज़ इवन हायर देन फार्मास्यूटिकल. और हम हमारे किसानों को, हमारे एग्रीकल्चरल कमोडिटीज़ और ट्रेडर्स को इतना इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं देते. दूसरी बात, अगर हम देखें कि तो वो है 22 बिलियन इज़ द ट्रेड सरप्लस फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर. और अगर हम एग्रोकेमिकल्स का देखें, सिंपल, दैट इज़ 23,000 crores. 23,000 crores is the exports of trade surplus. दूसरी बात, हमारे लास्ट 1-2 साल में बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला है गवर्नमेंट से, अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्री से, और थोड़ा चीज़ तो होता ही रहता है. पर मेनली मैं 1-2 चीज़ की बात करूं कि हमारे अच्छी तरह से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट से बहुत सारे क्लियरेंसेस जल्दी आ रहे हैं, बहुत सारे अलग अलग अप्रूवल भी आ रहे हैं. और मैं देख रहा हूं कि इतना अच्छा एनर्जी है, इतना अच्छा मोमेंटम है हमारे पूरे इकोसिस्टम में कि इंडिया में ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट आने वाला है, वेदर इट इज़ केमिकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, वेदर इट इज़ एग्रोकेमिकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड वेदर इट इज़ फूड एक्सपोर्ट्स. और आगे इंडस्ट्री, गवर्नमेंट के जैसे ऐसे अच्छे इंटरेक्शंस हैं. इसके लिए थैंक यू, आपने ये इंटरेक्शन ऑर्गेनाइज किया, इससे भी आगे बहुत बेनिफिट होगा. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Mr. Vikram. I think it was very short and sweet presentation. I would now go into this industry interaction, and we will try to stick to brief responses, and I would believe that we would have maybe an opportunity to go beyond the listed speakers also here. So first question I would like to pose to Mr. Simon. Since you are also operating in the entire South Asia region, so I would like to understand that what kind of global trends which you see in that agrochemical industry, both supply and demand, and how do you see that maybe agrochemical industry in India can benefit from some of these changes which is happening?
Thank you. Namaskar. For me, the big question is a little bit why India and why now? When I look at it from an agricultural perspective, India is collectivizing. We've spoken about FPOs. It is mechanizing and digitizing. Think about drones, but also think about startups. And it is becoming more sustainable, as to Vikram's point. I was the other day at a global conference, and the buyer management asked me, what is the competitive advantage of India, and where will it be in 2030? And I said, to my mind, the most vegetarian country of the world has a claim to become the horticultural export hub of the world. But also, when we look at what happened during COVID-19, the subsequent supply chain issues, and obviously now the disruptions we have to energy costs in Europe, which are sustained due to the war between Ukraine and Russia, India has an opportunity to become an even bigger, Vikram's point, supply hub for agrochemicals for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simon. I would like to keep that, and I think one of the opportunity which lies also to make India a hub for the agrochemical also would mean that there is a lot of innovations and R&D which is required. So I'd like to pose my next question to Mr. Ankur Agarwal, MD, Crystal Crop Protection Limited. I understand that you are putting in a lot of R&D initiatives. So how do you look at this space, and what's your outlook for Indian industry?
Yeah, thank you. Sabko namaskar. So I think R&D is something which we all know that in agrochemical, India have been lacking, but of late with all the recent initiatives, lot of Indian companies are coming up with various innovations. So India, if it has to be under the Make in India, it has to grow. So R&D investments has to increase, and it is very exciting time where lot of companies are putting in money, and government and industry is coming in together hand in hand and identifying it. And PLI is also being supported, which will encourage organizations to further invest in backward integration. There are research-based organizations who are setting up bases in India to further strengthen this space. So I think it's a very exciting time, and we see that R&D will further strengthen in India, and it will take good pace. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. I would like to pose next question to Mr. Kazuyoshi-san. So do you see any kind of policy-related challenges or changes which is going to help you bring in more new molecules to India and expand the market in India?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Katsuyoshi Tanabe. I'm from Mitsui Chemicals, a Japanese company. Comparing the agrochemicals regulation in Japan and India, it's completely opposite. So in Japan, it's a kind of closed market. So for generics companies need to establish the studies from the scratch. So it means most of the generics are not entering the Japanese market. But on the other hand, India is a kind of the generic friendly market. So from our perspective, the important point is to balance the generics and originals. So Japan is in a very extremely position of the original manufacturers, and India is in a good in the position of the generics. But the pure generic, the generics dominating the agrochemicals market doesn't attract the new technologies. So it means that we would like to have more regulated, like a data protection or some kind of protections for the original manufacturers, so that the India agrochemicals industry can more attract the original manufacturers. And also the generics is very important to reduce the cost of the farmers. So to conclude, I think that the balance of the new innovation and the generics are very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Katsuyoshi-san. And I would like to pose my next question, which is very similar to Mr. Raju Kapoor, also from FMC. You are also a global company, and you also face the similar kind of issues in terms of generics and technical grade manufacturing. So how do you see that panning out, and do you see any policy level changes which is going to maybe help us in producing and exporting and also consumption within the country?
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द क्वेश्चन। मैं समझता हूँ कि भारतवर्ष में जो हमारी कृषि की उत्पादकता है उसमें 30 से लेकर 60% तक अपर लिमिट अवेलेबल है, जहाँ बढ़ा सकते हैं उत्पादकता को। उत्पादकता बढ़ाने के लिए सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो अभी हमें चाहिए वो तकनीक चाहिए, टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए और नवीनतम टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए। सो एज ए कंपनी जब हम भारतवर्ष को देखते हैं, भारत हमारे लिए तृतीय विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी कंट्री है जहाँ पे हम सर्व करते हैं। हम लोग जहाँ इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं वो 3 क्षेत्र हैं मुख्यतः। सबसे पहला क्षेत्र है कटिंग एज केमिस्ट्री, जहाँ पे कि हम लोग जो बिल्कुल नवीनतम तरह की केमिस्ट्री हो सकती है जो कि पौधे के लिए, एप्लीकेटर के लिए और एनवायरनमेंट के लिए सेफ है और इफ़ेक्टिव है, उसके तरफ काम कर रहे हैं। विश्व की सबसे बड़ी जो R&D पाइपलाइंस हैं उनमें हमारा बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। दूसरी चीज़ बायोलॉजिकल्स के ऊपर हम लोग बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जैसे आप भी प्रमोट कर रहे हैं और एक इंटीग्रेटेड पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की तरफ हम भारतवर्ष में देखते हैं कि जाना चाहिए, जाना पड़ेगा ही, तो वो ज़रूरी भी है। तो उसमें हम लोग बायोलॉजिकल्स में एक बहुत बड़ा स्कोप देखते हैं। अभी हमने जैसे बायोफेरो नाम की कंपनी खरीदी है जो कि फेरोमोन्स के ऊपर, टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर काम कर रही है। सो हम वो चाहते हैं कि ये कटिंग एज केमिस्ट्री के साथ बायोलॉजिकल्स मिलके एक नया सॉल्यूशन एग्रीकल्चर में लाएं, जिसको हम, जैसे आपने बोला डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की बात की थी, प्रिसीजन एग। सो तीसरा एरिया है प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर का, जहाँ पे हम आवश्यकता के अनुसार किस तरह के इनपुट देने चाहिए, कब देने चाहिए और क्या देने चाहिए, उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, जो कि बेसिकली डेटा बेस्ड है, सैटेलाइट इमेजरी बेस्ड है, ये सब ड्रोन ऑफ कोर्स बेस्ड है। सो ये सब सॉल्यूशंस को हम लोग भारतवर्ष के लिए देखते हैं कि यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा एक स्कोप है, और ये 30 से 60% की जो हम ऊपर की तरफ देख रहे हैं कि बढ़ सकती है उत्पादकता, उसमें मैं समझता हूँ एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान हम करने के लिए इच्छुक हैं और करने को तैयार हैं। उसमें आपने कुछ पॉलिसी के बारे में पूछा। पॉलिसी में 2-3 चीज़ें आपसे सहयोग चाहिए। जब भी नई तकनीक आएगी तो उसको हम लोग एक फास्ट ट्रैक मैकेनिज्म अगर ले आएँ। मैं बहुत ही खुश हुआ जब मैंने ये ड्रोन की देखी थी। हम लोग सोच रहे थे, हमारा प्रोजेक्शन ग्लोबल था कि 5-6 साल में ड्रोन आएगा, और जब मैं जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी साहब जो थे उस समय उनसे बात कर रहा था, उन्होंने मुझे एक चैलेंज किया था कि मैं 1 साल में लाऊंगा, और 1 साल में आ गया। तो भारतवर्ष की सरकार में, इस नई सरकार में इच्छा शक्ति की कमी कतई नज़र नहीं आती, और किसानों के हित में आपकी अगुवाई में मुझे लगता नहीं कोई कदम छोड़ा गया है। तो उस क्षेत्र में अगर ये नए मौलिक तकनीक को लाने का इसमें थोड़ा तेज़ी लाई जाए, ये बहुत बहुत ही बढ़िया रहेगा, क्योंकि ये अपॉर्चुनिटी, जैसा कि अभी आपने कहा, विक्रम जी ने भी कहा, ये जियोपॉलिटिकल कंडीशन ऐसी है कि इसमें बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। अभी जैसे गेहूं के केस में हो गया, दुनिया भर में गेहूं नहीं मिल रहा, भारत के पास गेहूं है, हम एक्सपोर्ट करने गए फिर रुक गए। क्यों गेहूं की उत्पादकता में हम अभी बढ़ा सकते हैं 40% तक। और मेन परेशानी क्या आ रही है कि उसमें खरपतवार जो है वो रेजिस्टेंट हो गए। अब खरपतवार को अगर आप कंट्रोल कर लीजिए, आपकी उत्पादकता फटक से बढ़ जाएगी। तो ऐसे एरिया जहाँ पे भारत को एक दुनिया का फूड सप्लायर बनने की अपॉर्चुनिटी है, उन टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को अगर फास्ट ट्रैक किया जाएगा तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये बहुत बड़ी एक भारत की कृषि के लिए और भारत का जो रोल है दुनिया के अंदर एक विश्वगुरु बनने का, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ी संभावना उपलब्ध है, मुझे नज़र आती है। इसी तरह बायोलॉजिकल्स के ऊपर भी है, यदि हम उसमें थोड़ी सी क्लैरिटी ले आए गाइडलाइंस में, क्योंकि अभी एक रिस्ट्रिक्टिव है, वेग गाइडलाइन है जो कि अलाउ ही नहीं करती उसको लेके आना। तो अगर नई तकनीक लाएंगे तो लाने के लिए एक गाइडलाइन चाहिए। अगर वो गाइडलाइन जल्दी बन जाए, साफ़ सुथरी बन जाए, ट्रांसपेरेंट बन जाए, तो मैं समझता हूँ जितनी कंपनियाँ हम लोग यहाँ पे अवेलेबल हैं, हम लोग भारतवर्ष को बायोलॉजिकल की सबसे बड़ी मार्केट बना सकते हैं। न केवल यहाँ बनेगा, यहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट होगा। इसी तरह प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर है, वहाँ पे सहयोग जो चाहिए वो बेसिकली जैसे डेटा को एक्सेस है, डेटा एक्सेस अगर हम लोग को प्रॉपरली मिल जाती है, टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सेस हम लोग को साथ में मिल जाती है, कोलैबोरेशन हो जाते हैं, चाहे यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम से हो, पब्लिक सिस्टम से हो, वो हो जाता है। तो हम ये तीनों चीज़ों को भारतवर्ष में लाने के लिए तत्पर भी है, हमारे पास तकनीक है और हम बहुत ही प्रसन्नता के साथ इनको लाना चाहेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. I would like to now pose my next question to Mr. Bharat. My question is to look at, because Mr. Kapoor also talked about a number of initiatives which can be done in terms of the technology and the policy changes. My question is to you, because one of the challenges which we see also is the awareness in the domestic market, the farmers, and the per capita consumption being low, and the generics being there. Do you see any kind of measures which is actually going to help us expand this market and address some of these issues?
Thank you very much for calling Aristo Biotech MSME company for this August gathering. So what I think this many questions have already been replied in this question, and I think the major issue to the farming communities today, whatever the policies we are making, they are all farm-centric policies. But in case we focus on safe and judicious use of pesticides, then the questions which today are coming up, like the glyphosate use, which is not at all used on a crop. All other products pesticides are used on the crops, but this is a glyphosate. I'm raising this as RG sir has rightly said it, that glyphosate is the only product which is not used on the crop. It is used on the non-cropped areas. So where comes a question? So government need to put in, they can just rethink that whether that we can go for changing the policies in the interest of the farming community when the world is using this product. It is one of the largest selling molecule worldwide. So these are the small issues, and government has already been very pro-farmer, and I feel that the policies which are required to be reinvented, that government should ease some MSCME's role in this agrochemicals business, so that we also get into the actual that farmers' interest, so we can go to that level also. So this is what I think. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My next question is to Mr. Anil Kakkaji. We've been listening to most of the speakers, and everyone is talking about also the sustainable agriculture is something which is going to be a major thrust area across the globe and also within India. So I would like to hear your views on how the agrochemical industry needs to maybe adapt or change to become more contributing to the sustainable agriculture.
Thank you. सर मैं क्रॉप लाइफ को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। इंटरनेशनल कंपनीज़ की रिसर्च बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। ड्रोन्स के जैसी बात की गई, ये क्रॉप लाइफ की तरफ से पहला इनिशिएटिव था। हमने बहुत सारी मीटिंगें जो है ऑर्गेनाइज करी थी कि ड्रोन की पॉलिसी आए, और रियली बहुत अप्रिशिएबल है कि बहुत फास्ट ट्रैक में ये पॉलिसी आ गई और उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी हो गई। उसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मुद्दा तो सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर का है। हमारा भारत जो है वो स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स के ऊपर में उसके कंधों पे खड़ा है। तो जो भी हम करते हैं, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं सर कि एक एग्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री ही एक ऐसी हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जिसमें कि हमारे हजारों की तरफ से बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर, एमएससी एग्रीकल्चर और पीएचडी क्वालिफाइड लोग जो हैं वो स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स के पास जाके काम करते हैं। और बड़े फार्मर्स तो अपने जुगाड़ कर लेते हैं, लेकिन प्रोडक्टिविटी जो बढ़ेगी, जो भी हमने जो गैप्स बता रहे हैं प्रोडक्टिविटी, वो जो वीक लिंक है हमको उसको बढ़ाएंगे तो ये बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा। तो ये एक इंडस्ट्री है जो स्मॉल मार्जिनल फार्मर्स के साथ बहुत काम करती है। तो हम चाहेंगे कि हमारी जितनी भी एसोसिएशंस हैं उन सबको एक एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट मानिए, कुछ कुछ गांव मानिए, उनको एलोकेट कर दीजिए कि आप ये एक पूरा स्ट्रक्चर बना दीजिए। हम अपनी तरफ से तो करते हैं, लेकिन एक टैग लगता है कि ये लोग तो अपने प्रोडक्ट की प्रमोशन करते हैं। वो ऐसी बात नहीं है। तो हम क्या चाहते हैं कि कोई एक आप पॉलिसी लाइए, उसमें सबको कुछ कुछ एरिया बांट दीजिए कि आप इस एरिया में स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स की प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ाइए, उनको सस्टेनेबल टेक्नोलॉजीज जो हैं उनको प्रदान कीजिए। तो डेफिनेटली पूरा भारतवर्ष जो है वो उठ के खड़ा हो जाएगा। उनकी जो मदद है, आपने बहुत सारी नीतियां जो हैं वो स्मॉल मार्जिनल फार्मर्स के लिए दे रहे हैं, हम उसकी और मदद कर सकते हैं कि वो बहुत स्पीडी उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो जाए। और दूसरा मैं सर एक छोटा एक मुद्दा कहना चाहूँगा कि अभी जो एक्सपोर्ट की बात हो रही है, बासमती हमारे देश का एक बहुत बड़ा एक्सपोर्ट का साधन है, लेकिन यूरोप एक ऐसी संस्था है जो वो बोलती है उसको सबको मानना पड़ता है। पूरे 150 कंट्री उसको मानते हैं। और यूरोप में जो पेस्टिसाइड की MRL है वो खाली कुछ ही प्रोडक्ट्स की जो उनकी MRL जो है वो एस्टेब्लिश्ड है। तो इसका मतलब है कि भारत में यदि कोई प्रोडक्ट मेरा फार्मर इस्तेमाल करके बासमती को एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहता है, तो यदि वो प्रोडक्ट यूरोप में रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है तो वो एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकता है। तो इस चक्कर को लेके हमारे यहाँ पे पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने 10 पेस्टिसाइड्स को जो है वो मना कर दिया कि आप नहीं यूज़ कर सकते। क्यों? क्योंकि वो यूरोप कहता है कि आपकी MRL नहीं है, इसके लिए हम लेंगे नहीं। तो ये यूरोप की दादागिरी है। हमारा WTO का जो प्रोविज़न है उसमें अभी भारत सरकार का स्टेचर जो है वो बहुत बड़ा है। तो हमको ये मुद्दा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स के साथ, आज 2 सेक्रेटरी तो बैठे हैं, मैं फिर भी एक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व है, तो कहना चाहूँगा कि ये WTO के लेवल पे लेके ये MRLs का इशू ठीक करना चाहिए। क्योंकि आज तो ये बासमती का इशू है, अभी हमारा $50 बिलियन हुआ है, हमको $100 बिलियन का भी एक्सपोर्ट करना है। तो हमारी कमोडिटीज़ की एक्सपोर्ट्स जो हैं वो इन चीज़ों पर अटकेंगी। तो उसको यदि एक हम पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क में ठीक कर देंगे तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट जो है वो बहुत आसानी से आगे बढ़ सकेगा। ग्लाइफोसेट की चर्चा तो सर 2 जनों ने कर दी है, मैं खाली इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, हम खेतों से खलिहानों से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं महाराष्ट्र के भी साथ फार्मर्स के बात किया है, उनका एक ही बात है सर कि ये प्रोडक्ट जो है फार्मर के, स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर के पास लेबर नहीं है, उसको इस्तेमाल करना है, उसके पास कोई PCO अवेलेबल नहीं है। तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा मनोज जी से कि इसके जो भी नोटिफिकेशन है इसके ऊपर ज़रा विचार करना चाहिए। तो हम बात भी कर सकते हैं और उसका सल्यूशन भी ला सकते हैं। कोई भी PCO का पॉलिसी यदि गवर्नमेंट लाना चाहती है तो हम भी उसमें मदद करेंगे कि एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एक पॉलिसी क्रिएट किया जाए, फिर प्रोडक्ट्स को उसके अंडर में लाया जाए। प्रोडक्ट को पहले ला के पॉलिसी नहीं क्रिएट करें, ऐसा हमारा गुजारिश है।
अशोक जी, आई जस्ट वांट टू कंप्लीट दिस स्टोरी। सर 1 मिनट में बताना चाहता हूँ मैं, जो इन्होंने बताया कि किस तरीके से हमारे एक्सपोर्ट को रोका जाता है कमोडिटी एक्सपोर्ट्स में। जस्ट टू कंप्लीट दिस, यूरोप में 1300 प्रोडक्ट रजिस्टर्ड हैं और 650 जो प्रोडक्ट हैं उनकी MRL जो है वो उन्होंने डिफ़ॉल्ट लेवल पे रख दी है। लेकिन यूरोप में ऐसा प्रोविज़न है जिसको डेरोगेशन का प्रोविज़न बोला जाता है। उस नीति से जो हर स्टेट है, अगर वो चाहें तो बैकडोर उसको कहा जाए, तो वहाँ से वो इंपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। जो प्रोडक्ट जो बैन हैं वो एक बार नहीं 10-10 साल तक वो बैकडोर से वो इंपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। आई डोंट नो आप सबको, ऑफ कोर्स साइमन, जस्ट टू स्पीक टू यू in English, Europe has a provision that individual states under the derogation they can import the products which have been disallowed in Europe. You agree with me? Yeah. So therefore I mean, what is this happening? In the front, they are talking about that we want to bring down, this is a green deal, we will bring down the pesticide by 50%, fertilizer by 20%, and we will do this and that. But on back door, जो पीछे से दरवाजे से जो काम हो रहा है, which is very different. And this, I think we have to take the note of that, so that is very important. Otherwise, ये हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट, और दूसरी देखिए जी, एक्सपोर्ट की जो परिभाषा है, ये हमारे देश के लिए बहुत अच्छी है. जो वैल्यू चेन जो बनाता है किसान, वो अपने को ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन बनानी है. ग्लोबल चेन जो चेन बनाने से क्या है कि इवन जो इंडियन जो डोमेस्टिक वैल्यू चेन ऑल्सो विल इम्प्रूव इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्टिविटी, इन टर्म्स ऑफ द क्वालिटी. और आगे आने वाले 10 साल के अंदर ग्लोबल चेन एंड द डोमेस्टिक चेन विल बिकम मोर एंड मोर क्लोजर टू ईच अदर. दैट इज द ऑब्जेक्टिव दैट वी हैव टू मूव सर. एक तो ये बात सर मैं बताना चाहता था. दूसरा, हमारा जो एग्रीकल्चर का जो प्रमोशन है इन टर्म्स ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी, आई मीन ये इतने हमारे पास स्टैटिस्टिक्स है और सच्चाई हैं. एग्जाम्पल के लिए कि हमारा देश ऐसा देश है जिसमें 30 मिलियन हेक्टेयर एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री होती है. 30 मिलियन हेक्टेयर. क्रॉप रोटेशन 20 मिलियन हेक्टेयर इज द क्रॉप रोटेशन हैपनिंग इन अवर ओन कंट्री. वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग 10 मिलियन हेक्टेयर. ये सब स्टैटिस्टिक्स हमारी हैं. और मैं ऐड करूं तो हमारे पास 30 ऐसी क्रियाएं हैं जो किसान ऑलरेडी प्रैक्टिस करता है. सो हम तो बहुत आगे हैं. ये जो हमारा जो COP 27 है, तो सर इसमें क्यों ना हम इन चीज़ों को प्रमोट करें, मिला के एक ऐसी कमेटी या ऐसा कुछ हम बनाएं. और मैंने केमिकल में भी बोला है कि इमेज बिल्डिंग इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ इट. इमेज से ही आवश्यकता ही आविष्कार की जननी है. सो उस संदर्भ के अंदर मैं बताना चाहता था कि हमारे पास हमने बहुत कुछ हमारे, और ये सब हमारे किसान कर रहे हैं. सो वी शुड बी ऑल्सो प्राउड ऑफ व्हाट किसान, द फार्मर्स, दे आर ब्रिंगिंग. दे आर पुटिंग प्रेशर फ्रॉम द टॉप, फ्रॉम द बॉटम, एंड वी हैव टू रियलाइज दैट, एंड वी हैव टू मेक देम ऑल्सो फील प्राउड. थैंक यू सर.
Thank you, Sagarji. Thank you, Anilji, for bringing up the MRL issue. I would like to, because of the paucity of time, we will cut short the industry interactions at this point, and I would like to invite Shri Manoj Ahuja, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, to deliver his address. Thank you.
धन्यवाद. माननीय कृषि मंत्री श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी, माननीय केमिकल्स मंत्री श्री खुबा जी, मेरे सहकर्मी सचिव केमिकल्स श्री अरुण बरोका जी, श्री R.G. अग्रवाल जी, और उपस्थित इंडस्ट्री के प्रतिनिधि और उनके कैप्टन्स और अधिकारीगण, आप सबका इधर स्वागत है. और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपको सुनने का मौका दिया. जो मुद्दे उठाए गए उसके ऊपर मैं कुछ जो हमारा विभाग है किस तरह से आगे जा रहा है, क्या विचार हैं, वो आपके सामने रखता हूँ. पहली चीज़ तो एक हमने निर्णय लिया है कि केमिकल्स और एग्रीकल्चर में हम साथ बैठक करें इंडस्ट्री के साथ. तो ये एक रेगुलर फीचर हम कर रहे हैं. एक बैठक हमने करी थी और उसमें 2-3 तरह के मुद्दे आए थे. एक छोटे छोटे इश्यूज़ जो कुछ समय सीमा के अंदर हम उसका सुझाव दे सकते हैं, एंड देन देयर वर मैटर्स ऑफ पॉलिसी एंड लॉज विच विल टेक अ लॉन्गर टर्म. बट जो हमारा पर्सपेक्टिव था और जो थॉट था, जो कॉमन आ रहा था, जो आपके आफ्टर डिस्कशंस विद यू, वाज वेरी क्लियरली कि इंडिया कैन बिकम अ ग्लोबल प्लेयर in terms of agrochemical industry. You pointed out we have a size of about 60,000 crores now, out of which 53% we are exporting and 47% we are using domestically. And there is a potential for the size of exports to increase tenfolds. So, and that, if we keep that as a target with timelines, then we can work out the entire ecosystem, including regulation. Where is it over-regulated? Where is it leading to delay? Where is it leading to unfair play and unfair practices? And these are problems which can be sorted out within the system itself. And I think that is the direction we will move ahead. And we are very clear, the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister repeatedly, give us guidance and also tell very specifically that we have to bring in ease of doing business. Regulation should be there, but we should be conscious of the the balance, as you financially you call it a PE ratio, but I would call it procedures efficiency ratio. That right balance should be there. There are certain reasons why regulation is there, and we can't use a blunt instrument. We should be very precise and get that balance, and in a very short time. So I think that is what we have started, and we will definitely move in that direction. दूसरी चीज़ है, ये सेक्टर का जब मुद्दा आएगा कि ये रेगुलेटेड क्यों है. रेगुलेटेड इसके लिए आपको भी जानकारी है कि हम जब इसको यूज़ करते हैं तो इसके कहते हैं ह्यूमन इसके ऊपर भी, क्योंकि ये कीटनाशक है तो मनुष्य के ऊपर भी इसका कुछ इम्पैक्ट प्रभाव पड़ता है. तो इसके लिए इसका जुडिशियस और बैलेंस्ड यूज़ बहुत ज़रूरी है. इसके लिए किसान को उसका अवेयरनेस देना, क्योंकि जितना इस्तेमाल है करना है, जितना ठीक प्रकार से इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा उतना ही करे, ज़्यादा नहीं करे. और आपने कहा, यू मेंशन्ड अबाउट फार्मर्स अवेयरनेस एंड यू मेंशन्ड दैट वी कैन वर्क कलेक्टिवली, बिकॉज एक बड़ी अच्छी बातें आप कह रहे थे कि हमको, आपने बोला टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है, कलेक्टिवाइजेशन हो रही है, FPOs आ रहे हैं, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है, और हमारे देश में अभी 2000 के करीब एग्री स्टार्टअप्स 2-3 साल में ही आए हैं, और जो बातें आप कह रहे थे उसी क्षेत्र में सारे काम कर रहे हैं. तो ये जो हम पेस्टिसाइड्स की जब बात करते हैं तो इसको हमको एक इंटीग्रेटेड मैनर में ही देखना पड़ेगा. आपने बात कही कि आप जैसे कुछ गांव ले सकते हैं या डिस्ट्रिक्ट ले सकते हैं, वैसे करते हैं कि बट किसान में सिर्फ उसको पेस्टिसाइड जैसे मैंने कहा उसमें नहीं होगा. पूरा इंटीग्रेटेड प्रैक्टिस एंड टू एंड वो पैकेज उसके पास ले जाना पड़ेगा. उसमें ये भी हो सकता है कि प्रिसीशन एग्रीकल्चर आ सकता है, या प्रिसीशन फर्टिगेशन के साथ आप पेस्टिसाइड दें, कब देना, बहुत आवश्यक जानकारी है, कब दें, किस मात्रा में दें पेस्टिसाइड. तो ये सारे एक इंटीग्रेटेड मैनर में आ जाएंगे. तो आपने जो कहा कि एक पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क हम बनाएं, तो अगर माननीय मंत्री जी की अनुमति हो तो एक पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क हम बनाएंगे जहाँ पे कई गांव में ऐसे काम कर सकें जहाँ नई टेक्नोलॉजी आ सके, और एक इंटायर सिस्टम, इकोसिस्टम हम किसान के पास ले जाएं, ना केवल पेस्टिसाइड ऐसे एक चीज़ करके नहीं ले जाएं. तीसरी चीज़ जो मुझे लगता है ज़रूरी है, अब जैसे FPOs आ रहे हैं, आंध्र प्रदेश में भी एक रायतु भरोसा केंद्र है, किसान को गुणवत्तापूर्वक फर्टिलाइज़र, पेस्टिसाइड या इनपुट्स पहुंचाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो इस तरह का सिस्टम कोऑपरेटिव्स के जरिए से, FPOs के जरिए से, या अलग जैसे आंध्र प्रदेश ने करा है, तो इसमें भी अगर हम इस दिशा में भी काम करें, क्योंकि बहुत ज़रूरी है कि कुछ इफ़ देर आर सम insects or pests which are there, proper knowledge and availability with knowledge to the farmer of the pesticide, and we can make systems for that. Like in the fertilizers, we have a system where it is right from production to sale. They have online transparent systems. We can put in a system like that, and we can work together in putting in systems like that, and that is very important. Fourth is, whether we like it or not, I think we have overused our resources which nature has given us, and that is why you are having COP27. जो हमारा एस्टिमेट था कि 1.5 कितना परसेंटेज टेम्परेचर बढ़ेगा 20, आई थिंक बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस लाइफ, हमने सोचा था तब तक तो हम गए गुजरे होंगे जब इतना होगा, लेकिन अब कॉप में कह रहे हैं अब 2.5% कुछ इंक्रीज़ हो जाएगा और हमारी ज़िंदगी में हो जाएगा. तो ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो लाइफ के विषय में कहा है वो एक यही है कि जैसे हमको इसको अपना एक कल्चर का पार्ट बनाना पड़ेगा. तो ये भी बहुत बड़ा रोल मैं देखता हूँ कि पेस्टिसाइड इंडस्ट्री को प्ले करना पड़ेगा, कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी और प्रॉपर यूज़, बिकॉज ऑल सेड एंड डन व्हेन वी यूज़ केमिकल्स, द अदर स्कूल ऑफ थॉट इज़ के देखिए आप कुछ तो कुछ करते हैं, एक बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स नेचर, एक बड़ी कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज़ है, तो आप यूनिडायरेक्शनली कुछ डालते हैं तो किसी चीज़ में लॉस होता है. उसका जुडिशियस यूज़ और बैलेंस, और उसके साथ आई थिंक ये मेजर रोल पेस्टिसाइड्स कंपनी को ही प्ले करना पड़ेगा. ये जो इमेज की आप बात कर रहे हैं और ये करना है, ये हमारे को इमेज प्रचार से नहीं होगा, ये हमको दिखाना पड़ेगा कि एक्चुअली अगर आप जुडिशियस यूज़ करें तो कुछ उसमें ख़राब नहीं होता, उत्पादन आपकी बढ़ेगी, उत्पादकता बढ़ेगी, और लॉन्ग टर्म इसकी कोई लॉस नहीं होता. तो ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी मेरे ख्याल से एक बड़ा टारगेट होगा. और बार बार माननीय मंत्री जी भी बार बार रिव्यू करते हैं इन मुद्दों को, तो ये आश्वासन है कि हम भारत को ग्लोबल प्लेयर हमारे एग्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री के लिए और हमारे किसानों के उत्पादन के लिए, ये हमारी लॉन्ग टर्म विजन है, और उसके लिए काम करेंगे. ये हो सकता है कभी समय ज़्यादा लगता है, लेकिन वो भी कोशिश करेंगे मिलके कि समय कम समय के अंदर हम ये सब कर पाएंगे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Secretary Sir, for your balanced views on all of this, and also for highlighting that sustainable agriculture as one of the key area which we need to focus on in future. I would like to now request guest of honor address Sri Bhagwant Kupaji, Honorable Minister for State Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers.
दूसरा दिन की पहला सेशन एग्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ में भारत सरकार के कृषि मंत्री आदरणीय तोमर जी का मैं स्वागत करता हूं और एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी ओझा जी, हमारा सेक्रेटरी अरुण जी और सभी एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज के कई दशकों से देश के किसानों के लिए आपका जो योगदान मिल रहा है, सभी उत्पादकों ने भी संशोधकों ने भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, आपकी भी मैं सराहना करता हूँ और माध्यम के मित्रों। कृषि के अंदर भारत की क्षमता और हमारा कृषि सदियों से करते हुए आने की पद्धति आज के दिन में थोड़ा सा दिक्कत होगी, लेकिन भारत के कृषि समय के अनुसार बदलते हुए बदलने का स्वभाव हम कई किसानों के साथ में और कई वर्षों के साथ में हमने देखा है। और जैसे जैसे समय के साथ अपने को बदलना है, जरूरत भी है और उसके साथ में साधन यानी टेक्नोलॉजी हो, इक्विपमेंट्स हो और पेस्टिसाइड्स की जब बात कर रहे हैं तो पेस्टिसाइड भी जो भी है, लेकिन जैसे हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी ने कहा था, हम सबको बैलेंस करना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि पेस्टिसाइड्स क्रॉप का रक्षक भी है और यदि डोज रहा ज़्यादा तो उसका दुष्परिणाम भी, जैसे अग्रवाल जी ने कह रहे थे कि मेडिसिन्स जब इंसान लेता है तो फिर क्रॉप रक्षक एग्री पेस्टिसाइड होती है, जरूर होती है, लेकिन डोज जो इंसान के लिए रहती है वो डोज वहाँ पर भी हम लोग उसका प्रिंसिपल भी वहाँ पर भी हमको देखना पड़ेगा। एक तरफ भारत के अंदर एग्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री का विकास भी हो और सारे दृष्टिकोण में रखते हुए हम लोग उसका पहल भी करें। इसी के लिए एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर भी है, हमारा मंत्रालय के भी सभी अधिकारी हैं, तो निश्चित रूप में आपका सुझाव मूल्यवान है, तो हम उसको कंसिडर किए, तो हम लोग इसको आगे जो भी छोटे मोटे दिक्कतें आती हैं तो उसको निश्चित रूप में सॉल्व करने के लिए माननीय तोमर जी उसके पूरक भी है और हमारा मंत्रालय तो लगातार आपके साथ में इंटरेक्शन में हमने कोई कमी नहीं रखी, ऐसा हमको अनुभव लगता है। तो निश्चित रूप में जब विश्व का अन्य देशों के साथ में इसका उपयोगिता जब तुलना करते हैं तो कमी दिखती है, तो उसको क्या करना है एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर ने देखेगी। और विश्व में जैसे हमारे सागर कौशिक साहब ने बता रहे थे कि कुछ WTO ने, पहले के भारत अभी नहीं रहा, अगर समस्या सामने दिखता है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी उसको कैसे, किस नीति से, किस कूटनीति से उसको भारत का हित, देश का हित यानी किसानों का हित कैसे रखे, तो निश्चित रूप में उन्होंने करते हैं। तो आप सभी का आज के सेशन में बहुत ही मूल्यवान सुझाव आया है, तो भारत सरकार सभी मंत्रालय जो भी संबंधित मंत्री हैं उनको हम लोग हमारे सेक्रेटरी जी के माध्यम से उनको ये सारे विषय उन तक पहुंचा करके हमको आग्रह करेंगे कि इस इंडस्ट्री के बढ़ाव में सभी का योगदान, सभी का सहयोग हम चाहते हैं। तो निश्चित रूप में आपको आने वाले दिनों में इसका पूरक परिणाम मिलेगी। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for assuring us to take up these issues at the appropriate level with Government of India. I would like to now request Manya Krishi Mantri Narendra Singh Tomar ji to make his address, Christoph formal address.
आज के इस अवसर पर हम सबके मध्य उपस्थित रसायन एवं उर्वरक मंत्रालय के राज्य मंत्री माननीय श्री भगवंत खूबा जी, सचिव आदरणीय अरुण बरोका जी, हमारे कृषि सचिव आदरणीय मनोज आहूजा जी, फिक्की से आरजी अग्रवाल साहब और इस अवसर पर उपस्थित रसायन के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले सभी हमारे उद्योगों से जुड़े महानुभाव और उपस्थित सज्जनों, आज मैं इस मौके पर आप सबके मध्य उपस्थित होकर बहुत ही अच्छा अनुभव कर रहा हूँ और यह अवसर उपलब्ध हो इस दृष्टि से फिक्की और रसायन उर्वरक मंत्रालय को मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, जिन्होंने इंडस्ट्री को, सरकार को, सबको एक मंच पर संवाद करने का ये अवसर उपलब्ध कराया। वैसे भी मैं काफ़ी लंबे समय से अनुभव करता रहा हूँ कि फिक्की जो हमारा औद्योगिक क्षेत्र का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में अपनी भूमिका का समय समय पर निर्वाह करते रहते हैं और उनकी कोशिश बनी रहती है कि देश के समग्र क्षेत्रों में काम करने की तीव्रता आए और हम जिन लक्ष्यों तक पहुंचना चाहते हैं वहां तक पहुंच सकने में सक्षम, एक दूसरे के साथ समन्वय करके पहुंच सकें। हम सब इस बात को भलीभांति जानते हैं कि जीवन में और मानव में दोनों को देखें तो ध्यान में आएगा कि रसायन का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है और जब भी किसी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका को उपेक्षित किया जाता है तो उसके अच्छे परिणाम की तो उम्मीद कर ही नहीं सकते, दुष्परिणाम की उम्मीद कर सकते हैं। लेकिन आप सब इस बात को भली भांति जानते हैं कि सरकार हो, किसान हो, इंडस्ट्री हो, इन सब का एक ही उद्देश्य है कि हमारे काम के सकारात्मक परिणाम आए और सकारात्मक परिणाम ही एक दूसरे को आगे बढ़ाने में मदद कर सकते हैं और देश को भी आगे बढ़ाने में मदद कर सकते हैं। सामान्यतः यह सच है कि कई बार आवश्यकताओं को प्रतिपादित करने में, समझने में, उनकी प्राथमिकता तय करने में उपेक्षा और लापरवाही हो जाती है और उसका नुकसान सभी क्षेत्र के लोगों को भुगतना पड़ता है। लेकिन मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के सरकार में आने के बाद उनकी लगातार इस बात की कोशिश रही है कि समस्या की पहचान करना और उसका समाधान करना, इसके लिए प्रयत्न भी हो, मानसिक रूप से तैयारी भी हो, कानूनी रूप से तैयारी भी हो और लक्ष्यावधि तय करके हम किसी न किसी निर्णय तक पहुँचें। और इसलिए आप सब ने अनुभव किया होगा कि ये पहली सरकार है जिसने अभी तक अप्रासंगिक होते हुए 1400 कानूनों की पहचान की और उनको पार्लियामेंट से निरस्त करवाने में सफलता प्राप्त की। अभी भी इंडस्ट्री के क्षेत्र में हम सब अनुभव करते हैं कि बहुत सारी कानून ऐसे हैं जिनकी प्रासंगिकता नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री बार बार कहते रहते हैं कि आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष बाद भी हम किसी को जिम्मेवार बनाने की कोशिश तो नहीं करते, कानून की तलवार लटकाकर उसे चोर साबित करने की कोशिश जरूर करते हैं। इससे भी हिंदुस्तान ने मुक्ति पाना चाहिए और इस दिशा में भी जो प्रयत्न चल रहा है वो आप सबके सामने कुछ दिनों में आएगा। राम गोपाल जी चर्चा करते रहते हैं कई बार जब मिलते हैं तो। मैं कुल मिला के आप सब लोगों को ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि वर्तमान जो परिवेश है वो देश में भी बदला हुआ है और भारत के लिए दुनिया में भी बदला हुआ है। और यह संभव हुआ, इसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी की लीडरशिप तो है ही, लेकिन लीडरशिप के पीछे आप सबकी जो ताकत है उसी के कारण ये पूरा परिदृश्य आज बदला हुआ दिखाई देता है। यह हमारे लिए अवसर भी है और हमारे लिए चुनौती भी है। चुनौती को स्वीकार करना और अवसर का लाभ उठाकर अपना मार्ग निर्धारित करना, नए रास्ते बनाना, यह समय की ज़रूरत है और इस दिशा में निश्चित रूप से हम सब लोगों को मिलकर आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। पिछले दिनों आप सबको ध्यान में होगा कि बहुत सारी बड़ी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाएं कोविड की मार से अभी भी नहीं उबर पाई हैं, लेकिन हम ये तो नहीं कह सकते कि हम पूरी तरह उभर गए हैं। लेकिन इस बीच में भारत सरकार के जो प्रयत्न एमएसएमई के लिए हों, अन्य प्रकार के इंडस्ट्री के लिए हों, किसानी के लिए हों, आम गरीब आदमी के लिए हों, जो एक के बाद एक प्रयत्न किए गए, उसका परिणाम है कि आज हम अच्छे अवस्था में खड़े हुए हैं। और वो सब कदम का सिलसिलेवार चर्चा करना इस समय उपयुक्त नहीं है, लेकिन आप सब ने देखा कि जैसे समय पर वैक्सीन बनाने का आश्चर्यजनक काम संपन्न हुआ, वैसे ही समय पर समय न गवाते हुए, चाहे वो पीएलआई जैसी स्कीम्स का सवाल हो, चाहे अन्य प्रकार के अर्थव्यवस्था को इंजेक्शन देने का मामला हो, हर तरफ सरकार ने कदम बढ़ाए और उसका प्रतिफल भी हम सब लोगों को निश्चित रूप से मिल रहा है। कृषि का क्षेत्र हमारे देश का बड़ा व्यापक क्षेत्र है और कृषि की अर्थव्यवस्था यह भारत की ताकत भी है। और हम सब इस बात को जानते हैं कि मनुष्य का जो मूल पिंड है वो कभी बदलता नहीं है, ऐसे ही देश का भी जो मूल पिंड है वो कभी बदलता नहीं है। तो व्यक्ति को आगे बढ़ना है तो अपने मूल पिंड को आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश करना चाहिए, और देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो हमारे देश की जो प्रधानता है उसको पहचान करके, उसमें मदद करके और उसको मजबूत बनाएंगे तो देश उतना ही ज़्यादा मजबूत बनेगा। और इसलिए कृषि की प्रधानता को हम सब ने स्वीकार किया है। आधी से अधिक आबादी आजीविका के लिए आज भी कृषि पर निर्भर है। कृषि फायदे में हो, कृषक फायदे में हो, हमारा उत्पादन बढ़े, उत्पादकता बढ़े, फर्टिलाइजर का, पेस्टिसाइड का समुचित उपयोग हो सके, इसके लिए नीचे तक जागरूकता हो, सॉइल हेल्थ रिकमेंडेशन को मानने की प्रवृत्ति बढ़े, यह निश्चित रूप से कृषि के क्षेत्र के लिए अत्यंत आवश्यक है। लेकिन साथ ही साथ आप सबने अनुभव किया होगा कि एक समय था जब खाद और बीज की उपलब्धता कराना या कुछ सिंचाई के साधन स्वाभाविक रूप से खड़े हो सकते हैं तो खड़े करना, यहीं तक खेती और किसानी के बारे में विचार किया जाता था। एक समय तो ऐसा भी था कि सिंचाई की उपलब्धता है तो सिंचाई की जा सके, इसके लिए बिजली की उपलब्धता देश में नहीं थी। आज हम वाजपेयी जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं कि उन्होंने समय रहते वक्त की नजाकत को पहचाना और विद्युत के क्षेत्र में जो उस कालखंड में रिफॉर्म किए, उसके कारण आज बिजली के लिए हम परेशान नहीं हैं। तो ऐसी स्थिति में जो समुच्चय विचार होना चाहिए था उसका अभाव रहा। हमेशा एकांगी विचार हुआ। जब बीज के बारे में विचार हुआ तो बीज का ही विचार हुआ। जो बीज बनाने वाली कंपनी है, संगठन है, उसको पेस्टिसाइड से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। जो पेस्टिसाइड बनाने वाले हैं वो सिर्फ अपने हित के बारे में सोच रहे हैं, उनको बाकी दुनिया से कोई मतलब नहीं है। तो हमेशा किसी भी सेक्टर के बारे में जब विचार हो, पॉलिसी बने, तो निश्चित रूप से समुच्चय विचार करना आवश्यक है। और अगर समुच्चय में विचार होता है तो निश्चित रूप से उसका फायदा सबको मिलता है। फर्टिलाइजर इंडस्ट्री को भी मिलेगा, पेस्टिसाइड इंडस्ट्री को भी मिलेगा, सीड इंडस्ट्री को भी मिलेगा, किसान को भी मिलेगा, देश को भी मिलेगा, रोजगार के अवसर भी खड़े होंगे। सब लोग एक दूसरे के साथ मिलकर विचार करेंगे, सरकार एक प्रभावी संरचना खड़ी कर देगी तो निश्चित रूप से सरकार के सामने देश और किसान का विकास होता है। लेकिन हम सबके बारे में इकट्ठा सोचते हैं तो उससे देश और किसान तो आगे बढ़ता ही है, लेकिन हमारी बाकी सेक्टर भी आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो इस दृष्टि से भारत सरकार 8 सालों से लगातार काम कर रही है और आप सबके साथ भी बीच बीच में कई बार बैठने का अवसर मिला। बहुत सारे सुझाव आप सबके माध्यम से सरकार को मिले। हमारे सचिव स्तर की बैठक भी हमेशा निरंतर डिपार्टमेंट की भी होती रहती है, आप सब लोगों के साथ भी होती रहती है। और इसलिए पेस्टिसाइड के पंजीकरण में भी बहुत सारी समस्याएं थीं, उसकी भी समीक्षा की गई, उसको भी सुधारने की कोशिश की गई और अभी भी बड़े सुधार की ओर हम लोग लगातार बढ़ ही रहे हैं। और निश्चित रूप से ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पर प्रधानमंत्री का कितना जोर है हम सब लोग भली भांति जानते हैं और लगातार ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि भाई इस प्रकार की जितनी भी बाधाएं हैं, परेशानियां हैं, वो निश्चित रूप से दूर हों। यह सही है कि आज हम अपने देश को हर दृष्टि से जितना मजबूत बना सकते हैं उसके लिए बड़ी अनुकूलता है और इसलिए इंडस्ट्री भी हमारे यहाँ आए, उसमें बेसिक रूप से पेस्टिसाइड इंडस्ट्री भी आए। उसकी जितनी प्रकार की बाधाएं हैं वो निश्चित रूप से आप सबके साथ जो अभी विचार विमर्श हुआ है, इस पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस के जो निष्कर्ष आएंगे, तो ऐसा सेक्रेटरी साहब ने भी बताया कि हम सब लोग उस पर बातचीत करेंगे। सचिव स्तर पर तो निरंतर बातचीत होती रहती है। मैं और मनसुख मांडविया जी, भगवत जी भी समय समय पर मिलते रहते हैं, लेकिन इसके निष्कर्षों के निराकरण की दृष्टि से भी अगर कोई प्रभावी कदम मंत्रालय की दृष्टि से उठाने की आवश्यकता है तो निश्चित रूप से हम दोनों मंत्रालय मिलकर उठाएंगे भी और आप सबके साथ और चर्चा की आवश्यकता होगी तो वो भी निश्चित रूप से करने की कोशिश करेंगे। भारत सरकार की ओर से मैं सिर्फ इतना ही इस अवसर पर आप सबको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि एक क्षेत्र नहीं, देश के काम के जितने भी क्षेत्र हैं वह क्षेत्र एक साथ कदम से कदम मिलाएं, कंधे से कंधा मिलाएं और एक दूसरे के साथ सहकार करते हुए आने वाले कल मैं जब हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी के 100 वर्ष हों तब हम विकसित हिंदुस्तान के नागरिक होने का गौरव प्राप्त करें और एक सशक्त और सक्षम हिंदुस्तान अगली पीढ़ी को सौंप कर जाएं। इसके लिए हम सब लोगों की जो भूमिका है वो इंडस्ट्री को भी अपने स्थान पर निर्वहन करना है, सरकार में जो लोग हैं उनको भी निर्वहन करना है और मुझे लगता है जिस दिशा में हम प्रवृत्त हो रहे हैं आप सबके सहयोग से आने वाले कल में अपने अपने लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने में सफल होंगे। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. That is very well said in terms of a comprehensive and a coordinated effort which is required across ministries, industries to make this happen. I would now request Mr. Simon to make vote of thanks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ashok. Thank you, everybody, for giving me the honor and also challenging my Hindi a little bit. So bear with me, please. First of all, thank you, Shri Arun Baroka, for welcoming us so nicely and recognizing the importance of the industry. RG, an excellent overview of agriculture and the importance Indian agriculture has in the world. Ashok Verma, thank you for giving us that deep insight into the industry itself. Vikram, it's very important to note that the Indian food chain is connected to the global food chain, and what we see there will have impacts on us, but also highlighting the economical impact of this industry for the country. My industry colleagues, Ankur, Tanabe-san, Raju, NS Baha, first time we meet, sorry, and Anil, as well as Saga. I think all of you gave good indications on what the industry is doing positively, but also which challenges we're partly facing and where we hope that we will overcome them in the future. Shri Manoj Ahuja, thank you so much for recognizing these concerns that were raised and highlighting the importance of the industry. You even mentioned 10x growth. It is great to see how you support us and how you are looking at an enabling policy environment which should really drive growth. Sri Bhagavad Kuba, the Indian interests in trade talks specifically to the WTO need to be spoken out for. Absolutely agreed, and I think this is what will be essential going forward, especially also when we talk about COP27 and these global talks. Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, obviously, thank you so much for honoring this event, for honoring FICCI and recognizing the importance of the association, as well as the industry across. Obviously, we are greatly thankful for your guidance and support. Last but not least, the FICCI team around Manoj Mehta to organize this year. Really, really well done. And again, Ashok, for ably leading the whole event. I think in summary, it's fair to say that image building for the agriculture and the industry inside the country and outside of the country is very, very important, and that we should ensure access to the newest digital, but also chemical, and may I say so, trade technologies to Indian farmers to make us globally competitive and drive towards our visions. I am certain that together we can make India even greater. Thank you so much. Bahut dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. With that, we conclude this session, and there would be a networking lunch, which is available at the lunch panel. Thank you.
extensive way to So friends, To save time, already we have, I think, delayed by a little bit because time for lunch was a bit short. Maybe 30 minutes is too short a period for lunch. But now I think our industry captains have joined, so we can. दीपक जी शुरू करें, आपको वेट कर रहे थे. नहीं, वही हम कह रहे थे कि 30 मिनट थोड़ा छोटा समय था लंच के लिए. So friends, I think we'll start now. Okay, good. So we once again welcome Honorable Minister Sir, who has taken time out, and he has spent almost 1.5 days with us on various sessions as well as the inaugural session. So thank you very much for joining in this session. We are having Shri Prabdas ji. He will be giving industry perspective, and Aza will be giving sectoral perspective, and we have the industry representatives. I think many of us have interacted in last 2 days on many different aspects, but the important aspect of the industry, chemical and petrochemical, is a petrochemical as such, and in terms of the value, volume, the historical nature of petrochemicals, and sort of mother kind of thing for everyone, every other chemical. So this gains great importance, and for that reason we have kept this exclusive session. Sir, we will be same format we'll be adopting, and I'll not take much time. I think perspective will be given by our experts, but I'll just stop here. I'll pass it on to our moderator, who is also will be presenting the industry perspective along with Prabdas ji. So over to you.
Wonderful,
Azza.
and good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So for those who don't know me, Azza Fawzi, I'm a partner with PwC, and I lead up our energy and utilities practice across the Middle East, based in Dubai. Warm welcome, of course, to the Honorable Minister Huba, as well as the Minister that I think is joining us on the call. I think we'd want to keep this to an hour. We have dignitaries and industry experts across, right, from multiple companies. And I think one of the key things before we really get into this is, you know, when you look at the outlook and the trends of the petrochemical business, right, you also see the challenges, right? But with challenges that comes opportunity. And that opportunity is not just at a global scale, but it's amplified when you take a deeper look at what it is for India. So we'll talk a little bit about that throughout the session. Before I go on, I'd like to introduce Mr. Prabdas, who will give us a bit of an industry perspective. Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Honorable Minister, Bhagwant Khuba ji, Honorable Secretary, Honorable Joint Secretary Deepak ji, and dear colleagues. You know, it is very nice that, you know, a session was organized, and where our Petroleum Minister is also maybe joining a little later, because petroleum, chemical and petrochemical, they are, you know, hand in hand, and they have to work in hand to get the maximum benefit for the industry. Talking about petroleum, sir, you will recall that some time back we used to import petrol and diesel. Country used to import petrol and diesel in 1998. And you may recall that time there was rationing of petrol and diesel sometimes. We have come to a position with great initiative from the government side. Now we are exporting petrol and diesel, and our export is of $44 billion. It's 10% of the country's export. From a position of import, we have come to a position where we are the largest petroleum exporter in the world. We are beating, you know, Rotterdam also. And this was because of the great support which government has given, is giving to this sector. We want to repeat this story for petrochemical. And I need not say that, how much we are importing today, what is the demand, across the room, everybody will say that huge demand of petrochemical, especially polymers, growing at, you talk to a person, he will give a number between 7 and 8, or maybe 6 and 10. Is a huge demand. Currently, only they say PP and P, just take it, polymers, 12 million ton is the demand, growing by 6-7%. We require 1 million ton extra every year. And this is not that I know, everybody on the earth knows this, who are in this sector. And everybody is trying to put a plant, everybody. You talk to Indian company, you talk to a foreign company, everybody seeing that demand is here and they have to make use of this demand. And every country will like to have a unit in his own country. For that matter, many petchem plants are coming in China, Vietnam, Saudi, Abu Dhabi, many places. And why not? And why not? They will like to have the plant in their unit. But ultimate market is India. And that will be true with most of the chemicals or specialty chemicals. And people have option. So if we really have to work very seriously, we have to see what happened and it is not that, it cannot happen in the country. I gave an example of refineries. A similar thing can be repeated here. Right? We want certain support, and support can only comes in two forms. We have to encourage people set up unit in the country. We wanted to set up recently, people solar plants in the country. And we wanted people to manufacture units in India. So we did two things. We increased the custom duty and we gave a PLI scheme. Currently the government has just done it. They increased the duty and they gave a PLI scheme, and suddenly our target, we have done 200 gigawatt already, and our target for next 3 years is 500 gigawatt. And we will be able to do. So government has shown the way. We are already working very seriously on various PLI scheme for chemicals, and that's the most welcome step, and it should come. The tariff also may be looked into very seriously. If that is there, then people will be wanting to set up unit in the country, and we have to be very careful with the FTS. I'm a little more blunt, but that's the way the thing happened in other sectors, and this can happen in this sector. So tariff, and there are various non-tariff barriers, and government is very well aware and working on those. So these two things if done, I'm sure, so most of the people who are having a refinery in the country will be very much willing to set up, or those who are not having a refinery will also be trying to set up a petchem, because there is a lot of integration and synergy between refinery and petrochemicals. And I'm a beneficiary of that. So that's a suggestion on how really go about in few years' time. We should be able to not only meet country's requirement but export. So that's one thought I have. Just one more thought. Honorable Prime Minister has declared that country will be net zero by 2070. That's the stated target, and industry welcomes this, that we should be net zero, and across this room everybody must be thinking and when they will become net zero. Every country, every company is working on sustainability and green, etc. There is a little uncertainty on the transition, energy transition, and there is little uncertainty is what is our roadmap. We will certainly like to be guided and will follow if there is a roadmap given to us. As I was mentioning yesterday, that nothing should come abruptly, that this is the order today and you have to apply. if a roadmap can be given to the industry, that this is the roadmap for next 20 years and 30 years, that we will move like this, we will go to green like this, like, we heard that there is a proposal for green hydrogen, there is a green ammonia, where, energy transition, EVs, is all welcome. We will all change and support government in that respect if we know in advance that this is going to come, and we can plan and make investment in a field so that there is a smooth transition. So if Honorable Minister can guide us in how do we really have a roadmap 2070 that whole country is aiming at, and we will certainly be supporting the government in this respect. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Das. I think it's quite insightful, both from the desires for India to meet its domestic demand as well as export, and then on the whole sustainability agenda. And you'll see these as themes as we continue the rest of the session. I think we just want to spend the next 5 minutes or so kind of giving an industry perspective. I believe we have one slide that we'd like to share. The key thing that we want to highlight are kind of what are the trends that we're seeing in the petrochemical industry at a global level, and then in particular, what does it mean within the India market? And there's probably around 6 or 7 key themes that we call trends or maybe mega trends. So if you go to the next slide, one of the biggest one, of course, is the growth that we see in petrochemicals. Certainly, petrochemicals is going to be the fastest growing part of the hydrocarbon value chain as we move away from petroleum products into petrochemical products, right? And it's no surprise, right? Especially with the sustainability agenda, it's no surprise that this growth is required. We're estimating the growth of petrochemicals to be 1.5 times the growth of India's GDP growth, right? So meeting that is quite immense. And if you think about it, well, what comes with that kind of growth potential are some potential threats, right? Some potential threats to the overall structure. Things such as trade conflicts, resource and material substitution, decarbonization in the industry, volatile prices, etc. So of course there's growth, we have the ability to take that opportunity, but we also have to manage the challenges. The second area is around increasing feedstock diversification, right? So we see that not just across the world in different geographies, the different requirements for different feedstock, but we also see it within the same geographies as well. So if we take a look at, let's say, the Middle East. So in the Middle East, there's definitely, this increased usage on ethane, but of course resources are depleting. And then all of a sudden that means that we're moving into much more heavier feedstock. We look at North America, right, with the capacity for ethane cracking. Now you see a much more greater use on ethane. We move to Asia, right, where NAFTA has been kind of the big driver for a lot of the feedstock demand and the price setter. Certainly there's coal as well that's coming through, so you see the dynamics of all of that. And then when you look at it at a global level, there's definitely ethylene feedstock that impacts the diversification. So certainly that's a big trend. The third trend that we see is this integration across the value chain. And what does that mean to the actual product slate, right? So certainly you see that there's a standalone refinery that's moving away from fuels into more petrochemicals, but a standalone refinery produces, let's say, a yield of 7 to 8% petrochemicals. A first generation refinery, on the other hand, what we see that India would be focusing on, this is when you see more along the lines of 15 to 20% yield of petrochemicals. And when you look at the likes of Saudi Aramco, let's say, out of Saudi, that are really moving to become more of an oil to chemicals business, that's when you start seeing more of a 70 to 80% yield in petrochemicals. It hasn't been commercialized just yet, but definitely that's something down the road. The fourth item is really around sustainability and circularity, right? We've heard about it all throughout the day. You've heard about it throughout the conference. All the leading CEOs across all sectors, not just the petrochemical sector, have sustainability high on their agenda. But then you have to ask yourself, well, why? Why is that, right? Number one, climate change is real. It's not going away. The COP27 that's happening in Egypt and then next year in Dubai just solidifies that this is real, we need to do something. And we do have net zero targets specifically for India and for the Asia region as well. Another concept of why is it becoming such a hot topic is investment and access to capital, right? So no longer are investors really just happy to see financial status of a company anymore. They actually want to see that the company is investing in the planet, in society, and governance as a whole. You think about your shareholders, your customers, regulators, they're also making a lot of demands on sustainability being high on the agenda. And last but not least, which I think a lot of people miss, but really is an opportunity for the petrochemicals business, is that actually changing your motto, changing your strategy to be more sustainably focused gives you the opportunity to lower costs, increase your top line, and provide new potential opportunity and value to the company. When we move on to the fifth area around import, right? Import and intermediates, import substitution rather, and intermediates. We see that there's potentially going to be a supply-demand gap by 2025 when it comes to intermediates. But then it's also an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity for R&D, innovation, technology, strategic partnerships, to secure feedstock, and then investing in end markets. So there's certainly definitely an opportunity there. No trend for any industry would be possible without considering digitalization and technology, right? It's what drives cost optimization, it drives competitive advantage, so certainly that's going to be a mega trend for the petrochemicals. And if you think about all of these, right, it leads to the very last point around the shifting landscape. And I wouldn't just call a shifting landscape for M&A. It's a landscape for partnerships, it's a landscape for JVs, it's a landscape to really redefine what the petrochemicals industry will be for India, right? Is your ability to meet your domestic needs, export as well, and then meet some of these other trends that are happening. With that kind of includes a bit of the sectoral overview. I think we'll move now into the industry interaction. And really just want to spend the next 20 minutes or so kind of looking at 2 or 3 different themes, themes that we've heard throughout the last couple of days. Certainly there's the theme around sustainability, there's the theme I mentioned about the growth that we're expecting in the sector, and certainly the theme also about the geopolitical situation between the Russia-Ukraine war. So I'll start off with the first question, maybe Mr. Samarth from Loomis Technology. Really, you know, we think about sustainability, right? And you think about your views on development and plastic recycling. How is Loomis helping companies in their circular economy journey?
Hi, that's me. Okay, you can hear me. Yeah. So, circularity is definitely a very vexing question because we are very happy right now that a lot of people in the world are building all these polymer units, you know, polyethylene, polypropylene. But it does cause a lot of waste as well. And of course, there are a lot of ways that you can send it back, but there are actually a lot more challenges. And actually, I'll frankly say that these challenges are actually not so much technological. These challenges are actually of sourcing the right kind of feedstock and not having the undesired things in it. So what I really feel is that industry as such, the manufacturers and the packaging industry, they need to come together to have it in such a way and put recycling system to put in place. So where does it basically go? So the biggest thing for this recycling, what we look at it is we are working on the thermal pyrolysis of these plastics. So you do thermally pyrolyze it and then you use it as a feedstock to your refinery or a petrochemical complex. There are some other ways of doing, you know, solution, recycling and all that, but that requires a lot more different ways of doing things. So the brute force way is really speaking the thermal pyrolysis, and that's something that we work on, but there are tremendous challenges. You can't even imagine the challenges that if you're doing like a refinery, when you have a crude coming from a certain oil field, the properties are well defined. But when you're talking about a recycle of the material which is sourced from wherever, you have no idea what's going to come. And you really need a lot of technology for sorting this. So it's a short view.
Thank you for that, very insightful. Dr. Sinha from CIPET, you know, you think about innovation, right? So what are the challenges faced and your expectations from the government when it comes to R&D and innovation?
See, when we talk about different type of innovation, there are 3 major factors when we talk about. One is the energy, environment, as well as economics. So especially when we talk about the industry perspective or academia perspective, in that case, again, we must think about the viability of the various products. See, rightly said by you that the robust growth in the petrochemical sector. So especially when we talk about different things, and major impetus, in my opinion, should be given to different R's. R's are recycling, reuse, rethinking, etc. So when we think about the different concept of rethinking, definitely we'll pursue the matter towards, you say, the biodegradability of the polymers, or different type of other aspects in which our environment or other things they are going on. So when we foresee about the various down the line demand, and I was just looking for your presentation that you gave the major impetus towards the R&D. Now R&D, usually, see, I am from academia, so when we think about R&D, development of a new product and other thing, but again R&D always related to the market research, always related to the different ERs like energy, environment, economics, etc. So in which all these factors, if we think about, then definitely industry, academia should come forward, they should give the partnership, and we are having very good network related to the academia, our different stakeholders, they are very good source of feedback, and give the major input towards the feedback system, design the system and other things. Today I was discussing with Mr. Prabhudas about the market research or different type of research. So all these things are embedded, and definitely when we think about this, and Mr. Prabhudas was saying about the import, from import to export, we are already, I mean, gaining the, you can say, the exponential growth in the SAT field. And by this way, if we down the line and zero down different type of perspective, definitely our growth will be, you can say, manifold. That's it.
Wonderful, thank you for that. And I think you bring up the good point around just understanding the market, right? Understanding the market to better position yourself. I go on to the next question around challenges, and maybe Mr. Deepak, we kind of pose a question to you around, there's always a challenge around getting feedstock, right, for providing for downstream petrochemicals. So how do you think you can address some of those challenges?
I think, first of all, there is a major challenge in the mindset. When we do talk about India, as Prabhudas ji rightly said, India has moved very well from the fuels economy to the petrochemicals economy, from just producing diesel and petrol and exporting now to getting into petrochemicals. But even today, there is a mindset that petrochemicals by and large means PE and PP. That polyethylene, polypropylene means petrochemicals. I have just a presentation done by CPMA last time, which I can just put these few things for comparison. So we keep on looking at India versus China to compare how is India compared to China. We know we have miles to go, but even then to make a comparison. In the production of C2 and C3, as they say, India is, China is 5 times bigger. When we talk about polyethylene and polypropylene, China is 7 times bigger in, is 4 times bigger in polyethylene and about 6 times bigger in polypropylene. So far so good. The problem in India is this lopsidedness where we only talk about all ethylene and propylene should go to polyethylene and polypropylene. As a result, what has happened, that some of the other industries that ought to have also grown, have not grown. When we talk even about PVC, China is 18 times bigger than India. When we talk about ABS plastics, China is 18 times bigger than India. There is no acrylonitrile producer now existing in India, while 44 lakh tons of ABS is made using acrylonitrile. Sir, when we talk about even the product that I am in phenol and cumene, China is already 12 times bigger. Now, even after putting the world's most world-scale plant I'm finding that China is bigger, and we really are keen to double our capacities. The demand is potentially there for downstreams. But again, the challenge is in ensuring that the raw materials like ethylene and propylene are available. In products like propylene oxide, China is 79 times bigger than India. Now what is happening is, where is this 4 and 5 times which is there in polyethylene and propylene, and where is this 10, 20, 30, 50 times? Of course, each of these molecules are much smaller than polyethylene, polypropylene, but they are required for the society, they are required for the country. And this is one thing that we have been trying to convince a lot with the petroleum ministry also, and to take this up with the companies like Indian Oil and others, that how can we have more and more ethylene, propylene available for the country. Even in ethylene, sir, just now Asian Paints have announced that they are putting up a 1 lakh ton plant to make VAM. Even after this 1 lakh ton comes, I don't know where they are going to get the ethylene from. China is 31 lakh tons in VAM. VAM is used for all these adhesives, for example. So the issue is, how do we really have this mindset change by the industry? And since most of the industry is also driven by the petroleum ministry, we need to take your help to see that this mindset is driven from there. And that is the only way India can have a level playing field and an opportunity to grow. Otherwise, we will have this lopsidedness where some industries grew and a large number of small industries never grew. Finally, sir, if we want to make the PCPIR or chemical cluster, every one company grows, it creates an employment of a few hundred people. So large number of small companies growing will also encourage a large amount of employment, which is also a need of the hour. And therefore, this is a challenge. The smallest thing that we can do, and which we have been asking our ministry to also help, is at least let us see that at every port we have tank farms where we can import ethylene and propylene. So till the time the capacities come up, we may be able to start looking at importing ethylene propylene. There was one propylene tank that was there, that also they have converted into importing propane. So there is no existing propylene imported tank in entire West India. And in East India, there is only one small tank of Indian Oil which is capable of importing propylene. So the first step for reducing the challenges is to see that which is investment is like 1% of these projects, or 0.5%, by just putting the tank farms available. And as demands grow, the idea is to see how more and more of the petrochemical crackers are giving material for these products, which will really make up holistic India. So the idea has been that to keep on sharing these thoughts, because unfortunately the petroleum ministry earlier was so much focused on petroleum products. As they moved now into petrochemical products, the world of chemicals is lesser known by the people who are into polymer business. And these intermediates and chemicals that I am sharing is something that makes up the whole of the country. So I'm sure with more and more of such dialogues, discussions, and as our sir has already told us, that we can take it up. But I will just summarize that the billions of dollars of investments are waiting for just getting ethylene and propylene for products other than polyethylene and polypropylene. So I'm very happy to have our petroleum minister also here with us, and I'm sure that the right type of guidance will come, that India can develop these other businesses and become equally strong in them as we march towards seeing how we can replace China. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak. And of course, please go ahead.
Our Honorable Minister Sir has joined remotely. Sir, just to brief you, sir, we have with us, sir, I am Arun Baroka, I am Secretary DCPC, and our Honorable Minister Sir is also here with us, Bhagwan Kubaji, and we have the industry representatives also, and we had just started the session, and sir, depending upon your convenience, would you like to hear some more industry representatives, or would you like to say a few words, sir, as per your convenience, sir?
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Your volume is little low, but you are audible.
Well, I was known as the guy who didn't require a mic, normally during my professional career, but I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, sir. You are very much audible.
Well, thank you very much, Shri Baroka ji. Was given to understand that my speaking slot would be at this time, and I seek your indulgence because I have to catch a flight to go on a previously scheduled trip, but since I was approached by my friend Dr. Mansukh-bhai Mandavia and Shri Bhagwan Kubaji that you wanted me to join you, I readily agreed. So if you permit, I will spend a few minutes sharing my perspective, and I would have preferred to listen to the perspective of the industry representatives. I particularly was happy to hear the previous speaker who spoke about opportunities in other related areas. My approach to business, not only in the area of petroleum and natural gas, or for that matter in related areas of petrochemicals, is that India is facing certain challenges. Our attempt is to convert these challenges into opportunities. So go into whatever related areas that you can, and if there is a role to be performed by the OMCs, I mean the oil marketing companies, Indian Oil, ONGC and others, I'd be very happy to sit with you and see what role they should play. Equally, if the private sector, which is also active in this area, can undertake some initiatives, please. The whole idea of having this session which covers the work of the Petroleum Ministry and the Chemicals Ministry, we should have more such interaction. So let me start by thanking Shri Bhagwan Kubaji, and I think my own colleague Shri Pankaj Jainji, who will be with you, Shri Arun Barokaji, and particularly the distinguished representatives and captains of the industry and other dignitaries present. I essentially want to make 2 or 3 broad points. India of today is clearly an India in transition. Why do I say that? Insofar as one of the ministries with which I have the privilege of dealing with, there will be something like 600 million people living in urban centers by the year 2030. So when the United Nations is set to complete the work on the 2030 agenda or the work on sustainable development goals, India will have 600 million people living in urban spaces. The economy is growing at a rate of 7% or so, and with choosing my words carefully, if we are able to sustain that, and if energy requirements are concerned, we all accept the fact that energy is a critical driver of growth. Our requirement of energy, according to all the estimates I have heard, are somewhat mind-boggling. Anyone I speak to, whether it's industry associations across the world, International Energy Agency, or others, they all say that 25% of the rate of growth in demand by 2040 or so will come from India, which means if you are consuming 5 million barrels of crude every day, that is likely to go up substantially. What does that leave us with in terms of options? We clearly have to put the previous era of not paying enough attention to exploration and production behind us. In the last few months, the Honorable Prime Minister has unleashed some policies. Today, out of the 3.5 million square kilometers of sedimentary area, 1 million square kilometer, which was a no-go area on account of either defense concerns, Navy, Coast Guard, ISRO, Department of Space, it's been freed for exploration and production. I'm very happy to inform you that this has resonated very well with the global industry. One of the largest companies in the world, Exxon, is contributing or devoting 25% of its supercomputing capacity to analyze the Indian data. Data also, we have taken very revolutionary steps to put the data in the public domain through the National Data Repository. Our refining capacity, which currently stands at about 252 million tons per annum, is likely to go up to about 400 million tons per annum in the coming years. We are also transiting from the fossil fuels-based energy to a greener energy. By that I mean solar, wind, compressed biogas, making ethanol. Our biofuel blending capacity has gone up. It was stagnant at 1.4% in 2014. Today, we are already doing 10% biofuel blending. With 10% biofuel blending on current international pricing, we save something like 40,000 crores a year. Equally, and this is very important, we have decided to accelerate our biofuel blending program, which was targeted at 20% by 2030, by bringing it back to 2024-25. Our compressed biogas, we have got 42 plants operational. We are having a target of 5,000. This is an area to which the Prime Minister pays a lot of personal attention. I want to just come back now from my concerns in terms of petroleum and natural gas to per capita consumption of chemicals in India, which currently stands, from what I'm told, at 1/10 of the global average. India ranks 6th in imports and 9th in exports of global chemicals and chemical products. Of course, I am excluding pharmaceutical products. India's import dependency on petrochemical intermediaries is a staggering 45%. This is one of the highest in the manufacturing industry. India is currently a net importer of all major petrochemicals except for benzene and polyester chips. So any initiatives which all of you can take, which the previous speaker was alluding to, it will find wholehearted support not only from my ministry, but I can assure you from the government as well. About 80% of India's petrochemicals capacity is integrated with petroleum refineries. This gives India an edge in terms of petrochemical feedstock, certainly. We have increased India's refining capacity, as I said, from 215 million metric tons per annum in 2013-14 to about 251.2 million metric tons per annum. This is the 4th largest in the world after the United States, China and Russia. And we are increasing it, as I said, to something like 400 metric tons per annum, million metric tons per annum. Does the world look to me? Well, even if you discount the fact that I am an eternal optimist, but I think we have been able to navigate global prices. Clearly, when prices are high, the situation will be inflationary and we will go into a global recession. The world's largest economy, it has faced quarter-on-quarter negative growth. It's not in a recession in the way we understand it, because there are certain other things that changed. Many of the European countries, which are the larger economies, are facing very challenging times. India will be affected by high petrol prices, but so far we have navigated. The Honorable Prime Minister brought down central excise on 2 occasions, in November 21 and May 22, even at a time when we were feeding 800 million people 3 meals of dry ration in a day. We will continue to take such steps, but let me not leave any of you in doubt. High energy prices globally will result in more inflation and definitely recession. And unless that is corrected, the recessionary conditions which the global economy will go into after 1 or 2 quarters will be more prolonged and deeper. I am confident that the corrective steps we are taking in order to produce more E&P in that million square kilometers which has been vacated, it has resulted in very strong interest from major oil majors in the world who are coming in. Several MOUs have been signed. We are stepping on the gas, and this is a pun intended. Our 14,000 kilometer pipeline, which is targeted to be complete 33,500 kilometers by 2030. We are already at 22,500. We are also taking many other innovative steps like the Surya Nutan solar cooker, which in the coming months will make a major impact in lowering the demand for domestic kitchen energy, because it will feed on the natural sunlight. So once again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I suspect a little ahead of your schedule, but since I have to literally leave for the airport, I want to thank you very much, and I look forward to continued interaction not only with the Ministry of Chemicals, but with the representatives of the chemical and petrochemical industry in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for. Is he connected? Still connected? Sir, thank you very much, sir, for enlightening this gathering here. Industry captains are present here, and they would like the Petroleum Ministry as well as the petrochemicals to be working together. As all of us know, there will be huge demand for petrochemicals as such, chemicals and petrochemicals put together. And the direct route from crude to petrochemicals is a new mantra, and people are moving towards that, and hope we will be able to live up to the expectations and the demands of the industry, sir. Thank you once again, sir, for taking time out and giving your thoughts, sir.
I think with that, I think we have...
yes, sorry for that.
No, not at all. Thank you for this, and thank you for moderating.
But we knew that he'll be joining, so we can continue.
We can. I think we have a hard stop, though, at 2:30, so perhaps we'll have the Honorable Minister say his words.
Yeah, so maybe, sir, we have, I think, We'll continue with the discussion with the. I'll just.
Please continue.
Had a few more interventions which were left. I think we'll continue with them.
Sure.
And,
thank you for that. I think we'll just go back to the industry insights.
I think we'll have to live with this kind of format. But I think the advantage of working in Delhi is that we are able to get people even for a short while, and which we were thinking during the lunchtime. When we were discussing, we thought that probably this is the advantage of being in Delhi. प्रभदास जी से यही बात हो रही थी कि अगर मान लीजिए बॉम्बे में होते तो maybe I think even all these people won't have been able to make it to the various sessions. So, okay, over to you.
And definitely, it was quite insightful to hear the support that you're getting, not only from the ministry, but the government as a whole. If we go back just to the industry interaction, I think we just have a couple of more questions to ask for the group. Mr. Ramanjulu from SABIC, I think maybe we can ask a few questions about the kind of current geopolitical situation. What impact has it had currently on the petrochemical industry, and what do you think are the long-term effects that it may have?
This is a question which has been answered by many world leaders, but let me give you my interpretation. Black Swan events, economic cycles, geopolitical tensions are a given. They are happening at various parts in our history, and I'm an optimist. The sun will rise, keep rising every day morning. So to start with that, saying that the challenge is not the immediate geopolitical event. The challenge is what is it triggering. The world, even before this geopolitical event, had a goal of sustainable development goal of 2030, net zero of 2050, electrification in our chemical industry, of electrification of our core processes, crackers, low carbon technologies, and all of this, which was, like going at a little bit nice pace, just got accelerated. Yeah, the immediate impact of supply, demand, pricing, these are cycles, and we have seen those cycles within even this 9 months already go up and down 2-3 times. So they're not going to impact the consumer behavior, and people aspire to grow. So the overall aspect is the industry cannot lose sight of the bigger challenges based on whatever is happening at the current moment. I would say the fundamental one is low carbon technologies for our industry, because we are carbon-based industry. I don't like to use the word decarbonization because carbon is our feedstock. So we'll have to choose alternate words even in our industry and say that we need to be net zero or low carbon technologies. And for instance, we have a plant which runs for almost 7-8 years now, 500,000 tons of carbon capture, purification, and reuse in petrochemicals. Carbon is the most valuable molecule when you put it next to hydrogen. If you isolate it, it looks like the biggest villain on the earth. So we have to find this hydrogen and carbon coming together. And that leads to the next step. Renewable energy will play a big role, and chemistry is the one which will deliver all of those goals in the world. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, out of the 17, 9 are directly enabled by chemistry. So we have a role as an industry not only to deliver to ourselves, but also to the world. And that means, for instance, renewable energy today, we have a big challenge of storage. Hydrogen is a form of storage. Actually, if you come to think of it, hydrogen energy is known for almost 3 decades. But as a storage, it is much more viable than batteries if you look at it. So then you can go do it green and something like that. For our core industry, the one big thing which BASF, SABIC and Linde are working together is the electrification of the cracker, most energy intensive part of it. So the chemical industry need to continue to work on low intensity of water, low intensity of power, low carbon intensity. So those are the big challenges, and they all got accelerated. If you have seen in the last 18 months, literally from the coming out from COVID and getting into the geopolitical tension, this is the single big thing which has happened. The investments which have been discussed and announced in R&D towards this goal is significantly more than the last 10 years. So there I stop and give it back to you.
Very insightful. I mean, definitely the geopolitical situation just accelerated everything across the board. Maybe moving on to that, Mr. Singh from Opal, I think one of the key things is we're still on the topic of sustainability is really where is the advantage of having circular economy specifically for the petrochemical industry, and what are the advantages of that, and how can we work on that?
Thank you so much. So the type of industry we are, so our name is Sullied from the day when we are born. So it's very important that we take it head on, this circularity, that we don't leave, and we are the most visible industry because of our, the way we are in the packaging industry. So every household will look at plastics and they would find it littered on the road everywhere. So it's incumbent on us to change that perception that we are so important in the whole economy, whether it is food conservation, whether it is your day-to-day needs, the energy advantage. If you look at comparable products, on a womb-to-tomb basis, we are the best product. Polymers is the best product. A lot of studies have been done, and there are no two doubts about it. It's only a perception, because we are so visible, that we have to correct it. And that's where it leads us to circularity, and again, collection and educating people that how we can be in a society, what is the role of a consumer as well, at the end stage, how he should be handing it back to the processors, to the converters. So we have to connect at the school level, at the community level, and in large cities, people are concentrated in one place. So it's very easy also to carry campaigns when you have large population living together. So these are the things which we as an industry association have to take it forward, take those, and sensitize people that problem is not the industry, but what happens after that. And it needs massive investment, massive education, and other countries have achieved it. It's not, if you travel to, there was a big example a couple of years ago when Sweden had to import waste because they ran out of waste to process. So there are examples of countries who have actually handled it very well. We need to copy that and evolve our own solutions.
No, absolutely. And I think we have to adapt, right? We adapt to the requirements specifically for India. I guess moving on, with all these challenges, whether it's the geopolitical situation or sustainability, et cetera, there's the requirement for infrastructure, proper infrastructure. So maybe I'll pose a question to Mr. Iyer from GAIL, is specifically around the pipeline infrastructure, right? How important is it to establish, to get, your raw materials for the petrochemical industry?
Good afternoon, everybody. So, pipeline infrastructure, yes, we are currently the largest pipeline operator in the country, and possibly we have, different to refineries, we have also gas-based petrochemical. So, going through rough weather currently, and we do focus on building the infrastructure. Almost all the states except the state of Jammu and Kashmir have some way or the other have supply of gas. So to that extent we have been growing. In the last 5 years, I think almost we have doubled the infrastructure, and we think in another 5 years we'll add more, around 7,000 kilometers as the minister said. So currently we are operating somewhere around 14,500 kilometers out of the total 19,000 kilometers in the country, and we expect to add somewhere around 7,000 by the end of 25. So we are taking care, connecting cities, connecting places. So that should possibly a good thing even for petrochemical industry, considering that going forward you may have to think of using ethane, think of using propane. So these blends can also help. We are trying to do a blend in the pipeline with ethane. We tried earlier also to the extent 14% or something, if it helps, because ethane prices are relatively comfortable as compared to gas prices now. And if more of the industry people can focus, we can possibly think of dedicating a line for petrochemical people so that they can take advantage of getting ethane, because people who are not located at port have the disadvantage of transporting ethane and then using. So we can think on it. So we are trying the infrastructure to be used to the betterment of all the industry and the public. We are also into blending some percentage of hydrogen in the pipeline. We have did this experiment in a city gas distribution network. So initially, yes, up to 2%, but we want to ramp it up so that we are able to use alternate fuels also, which can help the industry.
Fantastic, thank you for that. And I want to thank all the panelists that answered all the questions. I think at this point, we'll pass on to Shri Mishra to give us a bit of a vote of thanks, yeah?
Thank you, Azza. It was a good discussion, and we could see that there is a broad consensus that there is a large amount of opportunities which exist in this sector, and let's grab those opportunity to make India the leading petrochemical player in the world. I would like to express my thanks to Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Urban Affairs, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri sir, for giving us, addressing this gathering. I would also like to thank our Minister of State, Bhagwant Khubha sir, for being with us right from the beginning of this conclave till the last session. I would like to thank Pankaj Jain sir for being joining us remotely, and our Secretary sir, Arun Baroka sir, for being with us right from the first session till the last. Sir will be here, and it is basically sir's, because of sir's guidance and initiative that we are having this wonderful discussion. I would like to thank all the industry leaders, captain of the industries who have spared their valuable time to be with us today in last 2 days, and took part in these deliberations and gave us insights about the opportunities and challenges in chemicals and petrochemical sector. Thank you, Azza, for wonderfully steering this interaction session. Thank you, one and all.
And I think that concludes the conclave on the petrochemical industry. I'm honored that I was invited not only to India Chem, but also to moderate this, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Somebody can guide for the next session. Which room is that? Next session वाला 3:30 बजे जो है इसी रूम में है. 3:30 वाला इसी रूम में है. Okay.
Sai diga.
हेलो
एम्बेसी साइड कोई आए हैं? एम्बेसी साइड से कोई?
यस Yeah, good evening everyone, and welcome to the last session, which is on India EU Chemicals and Petrochemicals Forum. And before we begin, I would like to request Sushant Kumar Purohit ji to please share some opening remarks.
Good evening, and we have now come to the last session of our India Chem. Last but not less important. And as we have been deliberating that the chemical and petrochemical sector is a very important sector for us, and it touches every part of our life. And the sector is very important, and at the same time it is very heartening and a matter of happiness that India is poised at this time to have a very good growth of chemical and petrochemical sector at present, and because of various growth drivers that we have been already discussing in the last 1.5 days. This India-EU forum is very important because despite the COVID challenges, the bilateral trade that India-EU had a very good growth, a very impressive annual growth of 43.5%. And this session is basically to see that since the growth potential for chemical and petrochemical is very high, so what is the probability or what is the scope of our growth of India-EU bilateral trade and exchange of best practices and between the two countries, and what we can do further for the trade exchange between the two countries in a better way, and how it can help meet the growth of the sector in our domestic arena also and in the global arena also. So with this small opening, I want to just expect that the deliberation of the India-EU forum, how we can take the chemical and petrochemical sector get benefit from this India-EU forum, that some if we get some a good idea or good suggestions or good takeaways which government can also assist and our industry partners also can contribute. So during the deliberation I expect some takeaway on this line. So with this I request Amit ji to kindly take it forward.
So thank you Purohit ji. Before the next session, which is a small address from my side, I would like to introduce the panel members as well. To start with Mr. Mukesh Malhotra, Country Manager and Managing Director, Solvay Specialties India Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Mr. Suresh Ramachandran, thank you for joining us. And we have Mr. Pramod Bhandari. Thank you. Professor R.K. Khandal, who is the President R&D and Business Development for India Glycol Limited. And Mr. Kapil Malhotra, Global Business Unit Head, Fluoropolymers, Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. And Mr. Rajiv Vaisa, thank you for joining us. He is the Head of Investment Promotion, APEDB. And we have Mr. Sanjeev Kalia, who will be representing BASF India part. We have something interesting coming up, some good questions for you as we move into the moderation part. So a brief address from my side, though a lot of has already been said over last 1.5 days. A lot of inspiring and very exciting news has been shared about how India and you are partnering and moving in the right direction. one question which was coming to my mind is that how old is the trade between India and European countries? So I was doing some research and I came to know it's not 100 years, 200, it's 2,500 years old. So that's the ancient connect that these two trade blocs they enjoy. And that gives us an inspiration that how we can build this trade even further. Though from a quantum perspective or value perspective, we find that there is opportunity to accelerate even further in terms of we being even a significant trading partner of EU. Having said that, let's have a look at few slides which I have prepared for the benefit of everyone. So when we look at the India story, in India we are firing almost on all cylinders. If you look into the respective chemical subsectors, all the subsectors are growing, and that is primarily driven by the strong downstream side growth. And in fact, this Diwali has been a very fantastic Diwali. In fact, some of the products almost got stocked out at the retail end. That's the way the Diwali celebration happened. Indicates what kind of potential we have in our country. So from that perspective, in 2022, we are forecasting an even higher level of growth in our chemical sector and petrochemical sector. We have an opportunity in India for European countries to participate in being the fourth largest economy, and India is slated to be fourth by 2024. So therefore, we have the European countries and businesses can grow even further. Essentially, there is an opportunity to invest and participate in this growth story, which is one of the fantastic story at the moment in the entire world. Specifically, if we deep dive, we can get support on ESG topics, which is environment and safety topics. We can get support on design from European countries. Digitalization is one of the global phenomena which is happening, so we can get some leverage on that as well. And I see enormous amount of opportunity of technology transfer, because there are some technologies which we don't have right now, and we can take support from European countries in terms of getting with us, instead of we struggling and going through working and reworking route. So with that, let's look at how Europe is doing. So in terms of Europe, if you analyze the trade statistics over there, share of chemical business of Europe in world market is actually going down significantly from 2000 to 2019 data which we could extract. From 24.9% it has gone down to 14.4%, and it's even going further down as we move in the further years ahead. Essentially, in the current scenario, we see that there is an increase in energy cost, and coupled with weak demand, it's leading to slowdown and shift of production in other countries. In fact, very recently you heard that 10 billion euro worth of capex has been announced, moving out of Europe in China, and Sanjeev is going to give more insights on that topic when we move into the moderation part. But there is a significant movement happening. Some of the companies are cutting down their production volumes because it's not looking viable for European companies to continue doing business over there. Now, this is actually a huge opportunity for Indian companies to support the European market. So I see one of the great thing happening here. Of course, from Europe perspective, if we see Europe can start developing India as a sourcing destination, we have a huge talent pool with us. We have access to our experience. We have products. We have a lot of things in our country. So there is opportunity for Europe to develop India as a destination. One area which has been under consideration for almost last 7-8 years, and which is related to ease of doing business. In fact, as a country, India, we have jumped significantly. Now we are cruising at 62 ease of doing business ranking, but possibly we can do even better. So if we further move down on that, then there is opportunity of fast tracking the FTA. We are already doing a good job with UK. How can we fast track FTA with European Union? 7 years have gone and not much progress has happened. FTA is really going to accelerate our business with European Union. There are some feedbacks from the business side in terms of how we can simplify the license approval process. not only in India but also in Europe. So this is opportunity in terms of simplify to energize. That's the theme in which we would like to deep dive on that. And last but not the least, I got some feedbacks from senior people that how can we improve mobility of people, because when we are going to Europe, how easy for you is to get a Schengen visa? How much is the lead time for you to get a visa? And vice versa, when people are coming from Europe to India, how is it? So how can we simplify? How can we streamline visa on arrival, e-visa? There are a lot of opportunities for us to simplify this further. Moving on to the next part is that the moderation part we will do in a very focused way. We'll get into that a bit later. Is we will identify the top 3 constraints for EU-India trade activities. What are those top 3 constraints on which we as a community of India-US guys can work together? And what can be top 3 key focus areas to accelerate this? So what are the constraints? And then linking it, what are the areas where we can focus on, so that we are very focused as a community and then we can accelerate the trade. So the numbers which are 43.5, how can we talk about 50% next year? So that's the challenge for all of us. So that's it from my side. Thank you for this. Yes, so I think we can begin in any order. So the focus, as I mentioned, the part 1 of the discussion would be on the top 3 constraints, and maybe you top 3 focus areas. Top three constraints. We will begin with that in the first 15 minutes of our moderation, and then we will go on top 3 key focus areas. So first 15 minutes, let's focus on constraints only. Professor Saab, over to you.
Ji. Pranam Purohit ji, Pranam Kaushal ji. Good evening everybody present in the audience here. I think it's very important topic, and I think bringing EU and India together for chemicals and specialty chemicals is a brilliant idea. I have 2-3 points to flag off. And since the chair is occupied by none other than the most important person of Indian chemical industry, Mr. Purohit, I think this is the right occasion that I should seize this opportunity. See, India unfortunately is not blessed by petroleum resources. The God has deprived India by not blessing it with petroleum resources. But as I always say, I repeat, when God does not give something below the earth, it blesses you something above the earth. So God has blessed us with a lot of brain. So Indians basically are blessed by God to be brainy fellows. And why I say this is because it's the talent, Indian talent, which is to be exploited by chemical industry for creating new molecules, new processes, new technologies. I completely agree with Kaushal ji when he said that the India-EU trade goes back to 2,500 years ago. For all of you, I just want to tell this very important fact. The first dye in the world was invented in India, that is indigo. And the Britishers did not even know how to utilize that dye to dye their jeans. I mean, way back 200 years ago. And when they imported dye, because it looked fantastic and it was natural and indigo was grown in India, they could not dye their clothes and they said this is rubbish. Then Indians told them how to dye it. So not only the chemical but also the process to use that chemical was known to us 2,500 years ago. But go back 60 years ago, the same Britain gave us the technology to manufacture synthetic dyes and would put up the plant in Atul. Atul is a plant where first time ICI colors and the colors, and Europe shifted away from colors. India became the leader in colors. Why I am telling you this is that all those dyes for which we took technology from Europe 60, 70 years ago, we are banned to export our clothes if they are dyed with those dyes. These are some of the issues which chemical and petrochemical industry has to really, policymakers has to think of. So what the point is, today now everybody is saying, go back to renewable resources. This is point number 1 I want to flag. Point number 2 I want to flag is that the name of the ministry is Chemicals and Petrochemicals. In my opinion, this name needs to be changed or a new ministry is to be formed to give focus with reference to COP26 and COP27, which is just right the corner. Why I say this is because India has wonderful examples where Indian chemical industry has demonstrated ahead of Europe, ahead of US and Japan. And that is with reference to the company I come from. I am fortunate to have invented so many molecules derived from renewable resources. Give you the story of Mr. Bhartia, you know, ML Bhartia ji, who actually founded Jubilant Organosis, which was earlier VAM Organics. Then he founded India Glycols. Why I am telling this story is about 30 years ago, 32 years ago, Japanese and Americans used to come to India and they used to say only one thing: will you be sustainable? Because Bhartia ji said that we will manufacture ethylene oxide, we will manufacture derivatives of ethanol from molasses. Everybody said, would you be sustainable? We have passed 36 years and now the whole world is telling, go away from black carbon to green carbon, blue carbon, and now the next is purple carbon. This is point number 2 I want to flag. Point number 3 I want to flag is that the word specialty chemicals is the one on which Indian policy makers have to really devote and dedicate some time. When I say specialty chemicals, it should be first defined properly. Look at the report of our Chemicals and Petrochemicals Department report last year. Specialty chemicals in the report appears hardly 2-3 times. But look at the report of Chemical and Petrochemicals Ministry of US, or each page you will see specialty chemicals. So we need to give focus to specialty chemicals. And when I say this, in my opinion, I think specialty chemicals should be defined in a manner which are derived from renewable resources. We have the chemistries, we have the processes, we have technologies which nobody else in the world has. Like India Glycols is the only plant in the world which manufactures purple surfactants. Nobody has manufactured. Unilever, India Glycols, Lenzatec have joined together to introduce molecules which are purple. So in this EU-India conference, this is the point I want to flag, that we should pick up those technologies which nobody is doing it. Now recently in Gujarat, Government of India has come up with a plan along with Tata to manufacture planes for forces. Why don't we have such planes to manufacture purple alcohol in India? We have taken the initiative to put 2G ethanol plant in IOC. But we must club it along with picking of parali.
Sure.
We
Professor Saab, so I think
मैं तो वाणी को विराम देता हूँ, कोई बात नहीं, बट आपने इशू बोला तो यू नो ये कोई इशू नहीं है मेरे लिए, मैं जितना आप कहेंगे उतना बोलूंगा.
So I think thank you. Points are well raised.
But the last, नहीं मेरे जो point है ना, they are different from normally nobody talks about them, and many of them may not even understand them. So perhaps they don't talk about them, and many of them they understand, they don't want to actually act on them, because we normally, when we say Vision 2030, I think we should say Mission 2030. We should say Vision 2047. And Vision 2047, we should take these examples which I have quoted. For example, we have GFL. The kind of molecules they are manufacturing, we are competing with the best in the world, and I have been associated with them for quite some time in getting those molecules in India. जब हम plane बना सकते हैं forces के लिए, why can't we plan to have chemicals? Go for example, Clariant has got a technology of 2G, capturing carbon, Lenzatec has a technology. We should take a plan that Lenzatec technology would be roped in India, and we should be the leader to produce purple ethanol. We should be the, so, मैं वाणी को विराम देता हूँ, sorry मैंने थोड़ा ज़्यादा बोल दिया, and
थोड़ा लिख के भी थोड़ा दे दीजिए.
मैं बिल्कुल
और थोड़ा भी एक्सप्लेन ज़्यादा बोलेंगे.
बिल्कुल.
जी जी.
I think great points, Professor Saab. So I think now I'll move to other panelists. Please focus on what are the constraints between EU and India trade, and what can be key focus areas for this trade bloc, so that we can accelerate the trade. These are great ideas. Some of the products that Professor Saab mentioned are amazing products. We can definitely market, brand, and link it with renewable. For sure, we can make it happen. So over to the next panelist, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of positives, what you said about India, I think they're all known, and I don't think those are the constraints. But when we talk about the constraints, what hampers today is, I think, more of the regulatory framework. When you want to export from India to Europe, you have REACH. So instead of aligning our standards, what we've done is we've started enforcing BIS standards. Each have their own logics, but when you look at from the point of view of the manufacturers, it's just adding our costs. We could be complying with REACH standards, but to do, if I'm importing from Europe, now I need to get BIS certification. Of course, the plants would meet those standards, but it's a process, it's a cost, and it's a delay, right? Because BIS itself is loaded with new certifications now. So I think somewhere when you talk about FTAs and all on one side, there has to be some collaboration with it at the regulatory level, where we could come up with one standard regulation which is accepted by both the sides, right? So that it eases up the costs for the compliance costs for all of us, right? And it makes it easy. So I think that's one constraint, because I know where they've said, okay, I don't want to go into this hassle of BIS just because of this much volume. It's not worth it. And then there's somebody else who, Indian players from where we source, they have difficulties in complying with REACH requirements to get those certification in time. So these are some irritants. The products are good, quality is good, but compliance part comes into the way. So I think that's one constraint which I see practical on the ground, which happens. So I won't name three. I'll leave for Suresh to add more.
Thank you, Mukesh. I think over to Suresh ji.
Yeah. Thank you, Amit. And firstly, I want to start this on a positive note. You said constraint, but I would like to start on a positive note, because Purohit ji mentioned COVID challenges at the beginning, and I want to tell the people here that there's one fact which may not be known to many of, that last year, when we were in the middle of the medical oxygen crisis, and there were a lot of demands on various products, oxygen generators, everything, but there was a small product called zeolites, or molecular sieves, which nobody knew about it, had heard this word, but everybody was talking about it. And the four big manufacturers of this primarily were in Europe. My company was one of them. And at that time, the way the Indian government, the Indian embassies in Europe collaborated with our companies was, I think, a benchmark. It was fabulous collaboration, because molecular sieves is very difficult to manufacture. You cannot manufacture thousands of tons immediately. And India required thousands of tons, hundreds of tons at that time. And but the way the Indian embassy in France collaborated with me, they used to give midnight calls to me, but never creating panic, just to see how can we work. CSIR in Delhi, the ministries in Delhi, they all worked. And finally, we were able to airlift a lot of molecular sieves into India at that time. And at the end of it, we received one nice mail that every kilogram of your molecular sieve would save 10 lives in India. And I think that was a very nice EU-India collaboration, and I hope that can continue in many places in the future. About constraints, I can talk as a multinational. Normally, to attract investments in India. When I lead a multinational company in India, like Mukesh or BASF here, one of the big challenges we have is to present India as an attractive destination compared to countries. Historically, it was always China. For the last 20 years, most of the big investments went to China because they were attractive for various reasons. And now we have countries like Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, who are also competing with India. So I would like to have an alert here that when we are all talking of China plus one, it is actually China plus N. There are many countries competing. I think India will still get the big share. But there are other small countries competing. But we have to raise the Indian flag. But I think some of the new initiatives now
are making India an attractive destination too. I think many of the recent initiatives, the PLI scheme is a classic example. Like yesterday I mentioned in the specialty chemicals about the battery space, for example, that is going to bring a lot of specialty chemicals investment. I would repeat that. So that's one challenge, presenting India as an attractive destination. The other, though you said constraints, I'll give the opportunities also. There is one more area I think where India and EU can collaborate very nicely, is the field of sustainability. Because of late everybody is talking about sustainability, sustainable development goals, and I think here Europe is the leader. If you see most of the sustainable product demands which are coming, it's actually originating from the consumers of chemicals in Europe and the Western world. India does not have that expertise today, but I think we can make use of the collaboration with EU. And when we are growing now in the chemical industry, I think we can show a different growth than others in the past and grow sustainably. And I think I see that as a wonderful opportunity of collaboration, sustainability and circular economy, which India is talking about. On both these things, I think we can collaborate successfully with European countries and European companies who are present in India.
Sure, I think, thank you Sureshji. You raised a very valid point, which is China plus N. And I would like Sanjeev to please help us understand that what kind of thought process BASF exercised when they decided to invest 10 billion euro capex in China, because that's a huge opportunity, almost putting up a giga factory or a huge chemical complex.
Yeah. So firstly, thanks for giving me this opportunity. So as I'm a replacement to my supervisor who could not make it on time. But this question I have heard in other occasions also, and it was as it is answered. I will repeat those words that we had seen in this current Ukraine crisis also that it is not wise enough to be centered in one place, and we need to have diversification of assets as manufacturing sites. So India was also on one of the lucrative possibilities, and we did do some efforts over here. Unfortunately, that did not come up to the light because of some partners backing out. But at the same time, I would go back to say, as Mr. Suresh just said, the opportunity part. So in 2019, as the figures say, although India is the second largest trade partner for Europe, and in chemicals area, India's exports to Europe around 19%. But we did see that in 2019, where there was an edge of Indian exports to Europe market. And this is a positive note which can further be taken forward. And I would second what Mr. Mukesh has mentioned. The barriers are mostly related to regulations. We all know that EU has the Green Deal, which is going to be implemented very soon, plus the REACH. So these are the key things which we need to keep in mind. And I think another point that when we talk about FTA with EU is that it is actually a group of countries, 24 odd countries. So we have to ensure that the interest of EU is not one country specific. It goes through a collaboration of many countries. And that is why Indian government is wisely doing also bilateral agreements with different countries like Finland and other countries where it is possible of doing an agreement with. So EU-India FTA, which has been going on from 2008, has been a long process, and it still is a challenge which we will have to negotiate to see that both interests of both sides are taken care of. But the main things are on the same points of regulation and ease of a movement of material from one side to another. So these are the constraints. I will really look forward to opportunities, because there are a lot of opportunities that can happen on this area.
Sure, Sanjeev. So thank you for, I think you mentioned that one partner couldn't support you. I think maybe you would like to avoid talking about it. So maybe we go to some other panelist. So Kapilji, over to you. Any constraint that you see? And then we move, so we'll move to the key focus areas also pretty soon. Not that, the point is that first we are trying to understand that where is the problem and what is the quantum of problem that we are experiencing, and then basis that how we can move into the focus area. And definitely, Professor Saab, your inputs will be there in the second part as well.
Yeah, thanks, Amit. In fact, before I come to the top three concerns, I'll be very precise in that. Let me tell you, in the last 15 years, the story which I depicted yesterday, we are the largest market share supplier in Europe for fluoropolymers, surpassing every other supplier which was there before us. However, there are certain constraints still, we guys have. I think the first and foremost constraint is the technology transfer. See, these are developed countries. They have developed patent processes, systems. Supposingly, I want to set up some molecule in India. And I feel there is a good demand in India as well as, outside India. But I might be hampered by the availability of the good technology. There are alternatives to Indian people to go to China to get some technology or to go to some other third world country. But I think it is the Japanese, the Europeans and the US people who are having these good technologies. That kind of a hesitancy and conservatism is there from the European countries to have any kind of a technology transfer with some Indian partner. So I think the very first thing which has to be facilitated is that we should have some kind of a confidence building measure from the respective governments and ambassadors, so that we can have those forums and then the technology transfers can happen to the Indian corporate companies, so that we can come up with those substitute products. Like yesterday, Purohitji, we were talking about the EV battery kind of a segment, we were talking about the hydrogen fuel cells, we were talking about a couple of other semiconductors. Now that's where a lot of Indian companies will need the support of technology from these developed countries. So if we are going to go to Europe asking for certain supports, I think this is one of the places we should do it. Because we feel, even if we have approached, the asking rates are very high. They quote such kind of royalties and such kind of technology transfer rates that, you just can't put a plant in that. It will never be viable. So that kind of an approach to protect their own self should not be there. So this is one big area where I would say that we can have some kind of forums with their counterparts, Purohitji, have their own ministries with our ministries, with industry, some kind of a visit where we can work on these kind of forums. From our side, our ministry is fine, you are fine, but from the European side also, I think we should have their respective people. Now that we have in UK a Prime Minister of the Indian origin, probably we can probably take a leverage of that, So that is one. The second thing is the regulatory framework has been talked by Suresh as well as by Mukesh. I have the same, point of view, but a just different perspective to that. The perspective is that, again, what happens is that through ICA, which is their regulatory authority, we see that they come up with certain specifications of certain products which they say that has to be imported in their country, or some kind of a regulatory framework has come. Now what happens is that through years of research, their own companies will develop some molecules, develop some patented processes, develop some ingredients. And once they are ready, that's when they immediately come and say, okay, this is something which should have this much of parts per billion, not parts per million, or this is how it should be. And then what happens is that people like us or all the others sitting in this forum, we are working on some technology, some kind of a product, and to immediately shift to that kind of a product which they have done research for 5 years, 10 years, come out with a patented process. How do we develop a product in such a fast pace that we go and export to them? So sometime I feel it is to protect their own industry that they come with such kind of a regulatory framework. What I say is, fine, you have done research, you have done everything. What you can do is you can handhold us. You can say that, okay, you can ask for royalty, you can ask for technological transfer fees, but I think they should handhold countries like us where they can develop some kind of a manufacturing base over here for their own good also. So that's the second point from my side. And the third point is, I think, non-technical, that is on the visa regime. I think we talk about USA, Canada, they give us 10-year visa, Japan, they give us 5-year visa. In Europe, after a long, this thing, you get 2-year visa. That too, after COVID, you didn't travel, it has expired. Now to try to get a new visa, you are not getting it. They are holding their own, trade fairs and all. We want to go there, but we are not getting the visa. So I think they should also have, like we have certain countries, if you have a US visa valid or some, other visa valid, you automatically get a 5-year or 10-year visa. I think that should be there. If we are having a US visa for 10 years, you also give us a visa for 10 years. Why do you want to give a 6 months visa every time we want to approach you? So, first or second time it's 30 days.
Yeah,
yes.
30 days.
That was single entry. Yeah. So again, you have to apply for it. I think this is the third point, which is non-technical but very important, because if we are not able to travel, if we are not able to go and exchange our ideas, then how do we go ahead? So these are the 3 points from my side.
Thank you, Kapilji.
Can I just?
Yes,
yeah, sure.
I just want to supplement your point of technology transfer. Commercial parts aside, but I think one of the big issues which we see in technology transfer, and also this adds to the point which Suresh made earlier, which stops multinationals to invest in India, especially that there is more, I would say, bias towards owning everything, simply because of this reason, that we do not have contract enforcement. It's not viewed as contracts are being understood by our MNCs more like memorandum of understanding rather than contracts, because you just can't enforce them in India. It'll take years to enforce it if things were to go wrong. And I think that's a big barrier to agreeing to any technology transfers, to doing JVs. So that's one thing. So when we're talking about projecting India as a good place to do business with, or making it more attractive, is the one point I think authorities should keep in mind. How can we come up with a mechanism where contracts can actually be enforced in a timely manner, and not 10 years, because then it loses its purpose.
I think you have agreed. Yes.
India has everything. The capex cost of setting up a plant, lowest. Operating cost, lowest. Extraordinary manpower. But still a lot of companies prefer China and others compared to India. I think I have found in my business there are 2 or 3 constants. The first is the regulatory framework. If we look at the entire regulatory framework of India, start from registration of company, to taxation registration, to GST, to environmental approval. I will give you a recent example. If all that process can be done in 15 days in X country, in India takes 6 months, so there is a big gap. If you go to Singapore, you can get the PAN number, GST number, registration number, everything in 7 days. In India, even if you apply in 2 or 3 days, it will take 6 months. Environment takes 6 to 12 months. I will give you one more joint venture which we are evaluating. Not Europe, but essentially outside Middle East. The challenge which we have faced is, the government has come up with a big scheme that if you complete the project by 24, you have a taxation of 17%. And we have done everything, basic engineering, detail engineering, but we have not got environment approval for 2 years. There is no sinkage. You are saying you complete by 24, but if the ministry is taking 2 years to give the environmental approval, how can you complete the project by 24? Yeah.
We are giving the environment clearance in 50 days.
It is not. It is not the truth.
52 days. So kindly give that a specific case where it has taken 2 years to do.
It's 1.5 year for environment.
1.5 year. So
Forget about JV. In India, when we are applying, in general, it is taking 6 to 9 months. My question is, you take 6 to 9 months, but that period should be excluded for the exemption which you are giving for 24. So that is one. The second thing which I would like to highlight specifically, there are some chemicals like which we are producing like phthalic. In India, the market price of phthalic is $1,200. In Europe, $1,700. You will ask why? Why the one chemical has $500 difference? So everybody wanted to export because it's a lucrative market. Even if $100 is the logistic cost, there is no vessel available in entire India to export that chemical in liquid form from India to Europe. We tried in the last 2 years. No single company in India or foreign is ready to take this chemical to that place. We can gain $300 extra for same chemical. We are the largest producer of phthalic anhydride in the world. We are second largest. Can we sell it outside India? No. We are selling it in a powder form because in India we need powder form. UAE need in powder form. Europe, they consume in liquid form. For liquid form, you need different type of vessels. So suppose we built India as a manufacturing hub, but if there is no logistic arrangement to take this to outside world, that will be the biggest challenge. Logistic support to export that chemical, which India wanted to be a global hub. That are the 2 points. Thank you.
I think good points raised. I would like other panelists also to please throw some more light. Please, Giri.
Yeah, hi. This is Rajiv YSR representing the state of Andhra Pradesh Economic Development Board, which is chaired by Honorable Chief Minister. And I would also like to recognize the presence of our EVC, who is also part of this. First, let me answer a couple of questions because I find there are a lot of opportunities to what Mr. Pramod mentioned. When we started this discussion, right, the first, I would say, headline in the newspaper was, Delhi witnessed one of the worst air quality index day in the last 10 months, right? So this really brings a lot of, I would say, confusion, right? While we are talking about petrochemicals and chemicals industry to emerge, and then we see a contradictory, I would say, news circulating. And often it is seen, petro and petrochemicals as an enemy to the sustainable goals. Probably, I think, from the India-European, I would say, trade perspective, we cannot further continue the traditional way of doing business. Now, when I said traditional way of doing business, that is where I want to reflect upon what Mr. Ramachandran and Mr. Kandal has mentioned. There are two aspects here. Number one, the positioning of chemicals and petrochemicals in the complete value chain needs to change. They need to go very deep in terms of value chain so that their carbon footprint is very much reduced, number one. And number two, the cross-functional applications are to be explored. One example is the advanced chemistry cells and then the PLAs that are, right? Right now, we only have 3 companies that have actually, applied and got. One is Reliance, other one is Rajesh Exports, and then third one is Ola. We do not have the needed technology, etc., right? So I think one is more to do with the unconventional ways. We need to find more, I would say, positions, new positions for the value chain of these chemicals and petrochemicals. And then the second thing is the cross-functional application. Now, while I have answered these, I would like to take 7 minutes. Basically, most of your questions are to do with environmental clearances, logistics, infrastructure, etc. I come from this the South State, and where our minister also spoke about a couple of things. If you allow, probably in 5 to 7 minutes, I will talk to you how the state can kind of play a catalyst role, especially in the chemical and petrochemical industry. Because let me also sweeten this conversation saying that we have more than 50,000 acres of land available with environmental clearances taken, and also demarcation made for red category. So if in case you are looking and you are struggling with permissions, etc., you know where to go. With this, let me all welcome to Andhra Pradesh, the land of abundant opportunities. The next slide, please. I will probably navigate this. Yeah, just to introduce the state of Andhra Pradesh, of course, we are the 8th largest state. But what I want you to focus upon is we are the second longest state in terms of the coastal line, 974 kilometers. Now, if you look at India in that perspective, right, maybe because of the close proximity to the UAE and the other countries, the western coast is already saturated in terms of chemicals and petrochemicals and the refineries and all the productions. Now, you need an alternative. Where do you find an alternative? Do you invent a virgin market, or do you look at a market which is making the entire ecosystem ready for you? So I think in that context, right, Andhra Pradesh is rightly positioned, because let me also remind you that out of the 4 PCPIRs that have been awarded in India, the one PCPR, the largest and then the longest one, falls in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Again, it is beautifully located between 2 beautiful cities, the city of Visakhapatnam, the country's cleanest city, and Kakinada, which is spreading around 640 square kilometers of land. So, and of course, and not to talk about the ambitions of the Telugu-speaking people, 1 out of 4 every IT employee in US is from India, I mean from the Telugu-speaking community. Yeah, and then our workforce is 71%. So, and also let me focus on this. I would say Secretary Ji has mentioned, right? When it comes to ease of doing business, I have studied while I was doing my engineering at IIT Madras that if any coin flips on the same side for more than 7 times, then there is something wrong with the build of the coin. Now we have already passed the half mark. We have been ranked consistently number 1 for 4 times. So we are waiting for the other 3 times to show that Andhra Pradesh is very much biased in terms of industry, and the governance is very much transparent for industries to flourish. Please. You want me to handle it? Yeah. So now this is again a very interesting picture for you. We are one of the very few states to have 3 major industrial corridors cutting across almost each and every district of the state, right? The Vizag to Chennai industrial corridor. Now look at this. Vizag to Chennai, 85% of land is in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Chennai to Bangalore, the core of this Chennai-Bangalore industrial corridor is in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and we have Bangalore to Hyderabad also falling in the Andhra Pradesh. Now, apart from this, we have 6 major ports, 1 at Visakhapatnam, 1 at Gangavaram, and in Kakinada, we also have a special economic zone specially made for this particular industry, so that your exports, imports, and your in and out of the material and everything would be smoother. Apart from this, our Honorable Chief Minister very strongly believes in port-led industrial development, and we are investing heavily. Very soon, Ramayapatnam port, which was, I would say, the foundation stone was laid only 2 months ago. It would soon be ready by December. Apart from the 6 existing water ports and 6 existing airports, we are continuing to focus upon building 4 more, I would say, airports and water ports. Also, let me tell you, in terms of the interland waterways, right? We have 6 interland waterways that are being developed as part of Sagarbala, and as part of Gati Shakti, out of 35 multimodal logistics parks, we have 6 falling in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Now, why is it that I am sharing all of this? Is because that if at all you are looking for a right infrastructure for your company, you know where to knock. Yes. Next slide, please. I'll probably hold it. Yes, yes. These are all well connected with RAID, ROLE, and the other things. Now, let me talk about chemicals and petrochemicals in specific, right? Our state contributes to 8% of India's production. Again, the PCPR region is 640 square kilometers. We have been witnessing a 22% growth in terms of exports year on year. As we speak today, we have $7.3 billion of investment committed, out of which close to 30% of investment has already been realized. And Andhra Pradesh is only state, during the COVID, when the cash flows were very critical for the MSMEs, we are the only state to release 1,000 crores to almost 8,000 plus MSMEs to make them afloat, right? And of course, you are all aware that we are again home to one of the maximum national, I would say, oil and gas reserves of 1,130 million metric tons. Now, apart from this, all the major, I would say, refineries, etc., that you see are present in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Now, what is it that we are trying to communicate is that the ecosystem is there, and in terms of skill, we also have the universities such as Indian Institute of Petroleum and all those things. So if at all you are looking for a right fertile ground for your businesses to flourish, and Minister Ji also mentioned today about the Raitu Bharosha Kendras, the RBCs, right? We have around 10,000 of such kind of units which are penetrated into the village levels, where complete fertilizer, seeds, etc. are monitored and supplied through this. So apart from the infrastructure and policy support, you also get a great market access. So at the paucity of time, I would probably like to stop here. But again, let me tell you, and then I will of course continue in the conversation, that if at all you're looking for a place to really either do your brownfield expansions or bring in a greenfield expansions and looking for an alternative to the already saturated West Coast, have no doubts, it's the state of Andhra Pradesh, the place where abundance meets opportunity. Thank you very much.
You marketed very well in between the India-EU summit.
So why I let him, I think this was great marketing pitch, and one of our panelists was saying that how do we market India to rest of the world. So this is a small pilot that you just saw live, that how we can bring all the stats of state together and put it very, very assertively, so that whenever we are going to other countries, we can talk about India. I think moving on to the EU part, let's come back to EU India, and any constraints that you see, because we are just about to close the constraint part, and then we quickly move to the what can be top 3 focus areas that we would like to have to work as a community.
You are okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I think let me start with one very crucial things. I think skilling, education and knowledge transfer, especially in terms of youth being equipped to go upskill in terms of handling these chemicals and petrochemicals, and building more value addition processes which are suitable to the Indian ecosystem. I think that is where I'm sure the India and then the EU partnership can really go longer, and I think that's the great opportunity that I see. That is number one. And number two, again, let me reflect upon the same thing. Now by 2030, all the companies, whether Volvo's, GMs, everybody declared that they are going to shut down the production of diesel cars, right? So that means the alternate is already there. Now, apart from the US, the Teslas have got the next biggest plant in Germany, Berlin. Now, why not India could be one such kind of a destination for them, right? And especially in terms of green mobility and electric vehicles, if at all there is any market which is very strongly standing China +1, that's the market of India. And then the PLIs you have already seen, either to the champions, OEMs, or to the battery manufacturers, they are just flooded with PLIs so that they can start, right? I think more focus needs to be there on these future and niche technologies, on how we can change the value chain and build more green solutions. So one is skill, other one is more in terms of green solutions, and then third one is, again, as I said, the more crisscrossing, the better would be the exchange of things. I think again, on the visas and the other things also, I think we need to have more people traveling between the two countries, and then have the cross-pollination happen in terms of knowledge and business and opportunities. I think those are the 3 opportunity areas.
Great. So by default, we have moved to key focus areas, actually. So not by design, but by default. So I would request other panelists also to, now we have heard about what are the constraints which we have. So starting from regulatory, then we talked about challenge of marketing and branding. We talked about many other topics. I won't repeat it because then it will take the discussion again back. I would request all the panelists to please share what can be the key focus area going forward basis the constraints that you have heard just now. There are multiple kinds of constraints. So where we can focus top 3 to top 5 key focus area that we can take it as an area to work upon, action, mobilize people, mobilize governments, mobilize industry bodies. So we can.
Sir, I think
yes, sir.
I think if all panelists have spoken, I prefer to speak in the end, because फिर आप बोलोगे फिर रुक जाओ, है ना? I will do it in the end. You give me the time, and then I will give short term, medium term, long term. Yes. Yeah. खुल के.
So, sir, I think first thing what was said yesterday by our R&D head was also that India should look in R&D part of it, and this is one way we can have edge to do the trade with you. Right now, mostly what right now what we know is, we heard technology transfer from advanced countries is a limitation, but at the same time we are known for the prowess which everybody has talked about, the brains Mr. Professor was also talking about. So we have that ability, but we are not investing enough in research to be capable. And right now the opportunities are that the old world way of productions are changing to the new greener way of productions, and that needs an overhaul of the older technology, and this creates an opportunity for new research to step in and claim that rights. So I think right now what our R&D units, what they are doing great work is what will be the future for us. So the first opportunity that I would highlight is in the research part of it. Maybe I'll let other panelists also come and say.
Just to add what Mr. Sanjeev has told, in any country of the world, you go to Western side or American side, all the companies become big because they have big R&D center and they innovate and they reap the benefit for 20 years. In India, I think focus is more on building the capacity, less on the R&D historically. So we need to build more focus on R&D. For that, in income tax, there was some provision to give 150%, which has been withdrawn by the government. So I think some incentive will be given to the companies who are spending a lot of money on R&D, so that India can be a technology hub in terms of innovation, and we can transfer the technology from India to outside world. That is the way you can be a superpower in the chemical and petrochemicals.
Okay, you want me to talk?
And probably the other opportunities, again, not to market the state, but then to talk about, especially in terms of the skill transfer and collaborations, right? The state is very open because we have started implementing one skill college for every constituency. We have 175 such constituencies, which are monitored by 28 skill hubs, each skill hub for a parliamentary constituency, and then all these are monitored by one apex skill university. Now, probably this is the time where the right technology transfer and knowledge transfer can happen across the levels, right from the blue collar until the white collar, in terms of this, so that the companies also feel comfortable. Even if it were to build into niche areas and emerging technologies, they are also comfortable in terms of the availability of skilled manpower across all the segments.
Sure. This is a very good example of skill development.
Sure.
But he was talking about the industry academia interface kind of thing, the research and development part. But this is a very good skill development.
Okay, I had already mentioned two focus areas earlier in my constraint itself was sustainability and circular economy. But I see one more area definitely is two areas which are interlinked because the pace of change, especially in manufacturing and operations, the industry 4.0 which we are talking, I think we are going to witness a pace of change which is much faster every time than the previous revolutions, industry 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, but 4 to 5, 5 to 6 and all are going to be much, much faster in this world of digitization. And I think that's a tricky area for India to navigate, because we have people and digitization could be a challenge to employment of people. But I think again, India-EU collaboration here can be very effective, because we forget that when we talk of digitization also, we will need a lot of skill and people. The area may change, but requirement of people will not change. And I think I see a fabulous opportunity on the manufacturing side for an India-EU collaboration, And this probably could go hand in hand with setting up of some world-class universities in India. And I think France and Germany, for example, are well known for their chemistry. And I had mentioned this in my talk yesterday too, and I see a positive collaborative effort there.
True. In fact, there is a program known as Swiss VET program, Swiss Vocational Educational Training Program. So I think that also we can leverage. So I just noted it down as a key focus area. Any other points from other panelists before we move to Professor Saab?
Yeah. So I think we have talked about China plus 1 or China plus N. So I think in the modern day world where we are talking about the environmental hazard, I think a lot of European chemical companies where the pollution levels or controls are much stricter and higher, either they are exiting that business or they are scaling it down. Now, those are the opportunities which are getting open for us. There were opportunities earlier also, but the Chinese people lapped it up. But now that again the world is looking at China plus now, so those are opportunities which are coming for us. I think Mukesh can vie for that. That couple of products are coming under the radar for their company also, where we compete with each other. So I think those are the opportunities which are probably the European companies, because of their advanced technology, will probably go towards more greener pastures or try to reduce down their carbon footprints or try to go out of these businesses. Now those are the businesses which are going to come for us. We have to lap it up. Yes, we also have to be clear that we are not also going to create pollution over here. So I think with all the stricter regimes over here, we should try to lap up those kind of products which the European Union companies are exiting.
You wanted to say something, I think.
Yeah.
Please.
So, okay. Thank you. Sagar Kaushik from UPL. Just wanted to comment on what Kapil has been mentioning. Look, the recent geopolitical impact in Europe, what we have observed, and I think we from India were in a hurry to conclude that, oh, there comes the great opportunity, without going into the granularity of that. Now I want to give examples. See, somehow the European chemical industry is value chain based. So they do end-to-end manufacturing, large companies, they are very much bound together as a part of the value chain with the other companies, etc. Now when the impact of the energy or the prices availability happened, see the value chain is disturbed, it is fractured. Now the question is that how do you enter as an Indian company? Because you are supplying only somewhere in the middle one product. Now they need the end product or they need the product in the beginning. So to say that I have a great opportunity without you in the full value chain, I think it was some kind of a information which is somewhere in the air and not you are in a position to monetize it. So we need to organize our house well to become +1 or +2, etc. I was just discussing with the secretary, I did mention to him that I don't have a detailed information on that, but this part needs to be investigated. That is it an opportunity or it is a dream to be somehow captured and is never there. So we need to, organize ourselves to understand the granularity part, and definitely the one who have been doing business in Europe and the representatives are here, they can make us wiser. That's the point number one. So it's more like a comment, sir. The second thing which I want to mention, and there also the R&D part has been well said, and but I do believe that what we can get from Europe is the model in which the industry, government and the research, the academia, they work together. And these are not one, but there are several examples by which they have been able to create the beginning of the new technology. Now what do? First of all, the target setting. I think we don't discuss in India that how to set the target for future. We are just bogged down with the mature technologies which are available for free, or I could also do it in India. So we need to really look for future. The mature technology somehow we will get, but the new technology part, what are the specific targets to be set? Industry, academia, we don't sit together to do that. And therefore, once that is identified, what do you need then? You need the knowledge, funding and some commercial partner. And that is what we can gain from Europe. There are several examples I can share later, but in the interest of the time, I don't want to go into the details, and polyurethane and so many other areas where the low carbon inputs have been embedded into the new processes. They wanted to do the 50% of the, good carbon, but they were successful to do only 25% of it. But there is still roadmap available that the three partners, they go together to achieve something. The third part I wanted to mention, and that, Kapil, we were talking about the skill and the talent part. I think I definitely know in Netherlands, there are some talents available after their retirement, 65, 70 or whatever. So, and these are available in a very organized manner. In Netherlands it is PAM, PAM. I don't know the full form, but even in the internet you can get it. I have some connect to do that. These people are available. They don't charge also actually. They just for their cost they might charge, etc. But they are really learned people who have run the industry, etc. and they are willing to help. So in Germany and some other places, and I think some countries they do on the commercial basis as well. Countries like China, you will see that a lot of people are engaged post-retirement of these countries, and they are engaged into the whole system of their R&D programs. So I think these are three comments I thought I just make it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we just have one, sorry, Professor.
Can I speak? I have a few suggestions in short-term, medium-term, long-term planning. The first and foremost thing, in my opinion, what we should do is, after having heard the experts, I was really excited when I heard about the case of zeolites and when we heard the case of phthalic anhydride. I'm highly carried away by this, and that is where my suggestion is. First and foremost thing is, let us use the word align. Let us align ourselves. Let us not work in isolation. Let this not be the problem of this industry to have targets of selling phthalic anhydride. Let that be the problem of chemical and specialty chemical industry ministry. Let this be the headache of all Indians, that this phthalic anhydride manufactured by them is our material which should go, like the Chinese do it. Sir, I have a list of them.
Yeah, lot of chemicals which can't be exported because of logistic issue.
Like for example, zeolites. India should be the largest producer of zeolites in the world by virtue of having clays. Just like we are talking about other resource materials which we have, we are talking in the area of nuclear, we are talking in other areas. We should all align ourselves to help the industry grow. And align our industry with the global trends, especially in Europe. Because we are number one in the world as far as capturing the opportunity of Europe. Because we are the most English speaking, efficiently English speaking. Even a Telugu person is speaking such wonderful English. I mean, and we really are very good in speaking. We are very good in speaking, we are not good in doing. But the first and foremost thing is align.
Chinese don't speak.
Number two is, let us refer to the 12th 5-year plan. You know, before Modi ji came in, Planning Commission closed down, we have Niti Aayog. I was really excited. I thought Niti Aayog will really come out with Niti. Okay. And I want to, Amit ji, aap dekhiye, 12th 5-year plan. There were 4 or 5 very special points mentioned. One, of course, was the infrastructure for petroleum, that I am not talking about. But the first and foremost thing was create center of excellences in at least every region of the country in big universities. We have not done it. Number 2 action plan was, please make a list of chemicals which India is importing and match it with what India has the capability. I always give the example of drug and pharmaceutical industry. Go back to 70 to 80 era, India has developed so much of capability of producing the intermediates in this country, and suddenly by the year 1980, the Chinese products came into the market and Indian companies closed down. There are so many areas where, and the key starting material we are importing. We are only formulating and becoming number one in the drug. Same thing is UPL is here, other agrochemical manufacturers are there. The highest value product we are importing to formulate and sell. So the second point which I am saying for short term is take a list of chemicals which we are importing and create a cell in chemicals ministry which really works on it, a technical cell, and I volunteered 5 years ago to the secretary. I said, I can help you do this. Create that cell which works on it. Why can't we manufacture it here in India? Okay? And look for capabilities which might be existing in the industry. But because we work in isolation, we don't talk to each other. So this happens. The third point which I am saying is the system. You know, people have talked about regulatory, and this system, I am telling you a very practical thing. We have a system called DSIR approval. And industry is supposed to seek approval from DSIR to have an in-house R&D. Then this 150% tax rebate which has been taken away. First of all, why there should be a need for getting a DSIR approval? Once the industry is set up, onus is on the industry. You are already DSIR approved. And you are supposed to show how you qualify for this. Rather than first ask, do this, and then we give you approval. So this is one way. The second is the Department of Science and Technology is the nodal agency for sponsoring research projects. Okay? Chemicals Ministry should sit down with the Secretary DST, who is a good friend of mine, and he happens to be earlier director of IICT Hyderabad, which is involved in development of technologies for chemical industry. We should sit together and see that you fund the project which industry wants, not on which the PhDs can be done or patents can be filed. Do it something for the industry. So that will be the best way of bridging the gap between industry, university and research institutes. We have about 40 research laboratories of CSIR. Each scientist is working in those areas based on where they have done postdoc, not based on what India needs. And the example is Parali. You know, I quote this is the medium term plan. We should go for collection of Parali on the one hand from the agriculture side, but converting Parali into a valuable chemical. You know, instead of burning it, IOC has put up a plant, and I am 100% sure, it's a very strong statement I am making, it will be very difficult to sustain that plant unless we have this plan of collecting Parali and converting Parali into carbon capture, 2G ethanol. So I think this is one area which we should do it on medium term. The government of India has announced in the last budget two very important things which are notable. One is the green hydrogen, and in the green hydrogen they had said that focus it on manufacture of urea and focus it on chemicals where the hydrogen is supposed to be a major part, okay, like metallurgy. So I think we should in medium term focus on hydrogen. There are two things happening out of which is the corollary of this announcement, that big companies like Vedanta or big companies like Adani, they are already doing it. But I think at the ministry level, some medium level companies or large companies which should be geared up and assisted to do this. So this is medium term. Creation of research labs, university center of excellence should be done as a priority. For your information, fortunately, because I happen to be the Vice Chancellor of the largest technical university in the country, UP Technical University, I have seen how education is done. I have been the director of Shri Ram Institute for 12 years. I know how industrial research is being done in this country. Those who are doing research don't educate, teach. Those who are teaching, they don't do research. Those who do research, they don't do technology. Those who do technology don't innovate. So that also needs to be clubbed together and removing the isolation, break those walls. That is another medium term. Hydrogen, carbon capture. How do we capture the carbon? 2G ethanol. Because Europe, when it talks of sustainability, you take any Solvay, BSF, any company in Europe, Dow, they are all focusing only one thing, that is sustainability. And you read their website in the sustainability. They are talking about carbon footprint, carbon capture. Everyone is trying to work on. India should be the one because we are the largest producer of renewable material. I mean, nobody can compete with us as far as renewable material is concerned. Plus, we have the traditional knowledge about dealing with. Only thing we don't have the gap areas of technology to convert that, like waste to chemicals, like parali to ethanol, 2G ethanol, like converting the waste gases into capturing the carbon, LensaTech technology. So this is medium term. And the long term is industry should be, each industry in India should become self-sustainable. That is the long term. Each industry, each chemical industry should not think I am doing better. Like for example, Sanjeev Garu had talked about Andhra being good. You call all the states, they will say all of us are better than Andhra. You call Punjab fellow, he'll come and say I am better. Rajasthan. So I think this is a time when chemical ministry should work at the national level. When it comes to Tesla, Punjab is also writing letter to Tesla, come and manufacture here. Maharashtra is also, that is not the way the industry grows. Industry grows as united. I just give you an example, Purohitji, if you permit me. We were trying to source technology from Japan from a company, a specialty chemical company. We said we want to have, you know what they answered? They said we can give you the technology, but we need to discuss with our competitor in Japan. We said, why you are talking to your competitor? He said, no, we have to talk to the other Japanese manufacturer before we share technology. But in India, we don't do that. I think जब भी आपकी मीटिंग होती है मिनिस्ट्री में, मीटिंग में क्या होता है? जीएसटी कम कर दो, ये एक्साइज कम कर दो, ये कम कर दो, वो कम कर दो, ये प्रॉब्लम, वो प्रॉब्लम. Let us talk Vision 2047. Let us have Mission 2030. Let us work on this together. Create a cell for each aspect. Let us see which are the molecules which fetch us better value, and let us focus in manufacturing them. I can tell you there are so many agrochemicals which China we are importing from and converting them into PLI, for example. When you make the committee for PLI and who should go for PLI, in your committee you have all accountants, MBAs and all that. You should have technology fellows have, you know, even in Niti Aayog, we don't have an advisor technology, no. Please take one advisor technology in chemical ministry. We have advisor finance, we have advisor economy, but no advisor technology. I think this is what we should do. So short term, medium term and long term. And एक last point है पुरोहित जी, अपना जो chemical और petrochemicals का जो website है, उस website को थोड़ा improve कराइए. सर क्या improve करना है वो suggestion मैं देना चाहता हूँ. मैं ये एक लाइन में समाप्त करता हूँ सर एक लाइन में समाप्त करता हूँ. जो सक्सेस स्टोरीज हैं इंडियन केमिकल इंडस्ट्री की, दे शुड बी हाईलाइटेड. फॉर एग्जांपल समबडी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग थैलिक एनाइड, बिकॉज इन इंडिया वी आर द फर्स्ट कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड हु पुट अप द प्लांट फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टाइरिन एंड पॉलीस्टाइरिन, बट द प्लांट क्लोज डाउन. वी वर द फर्स्ट वन, Chemplast, okay, we went for PVC, VC, vinyl chloride, that's in south. And that also because of competition. तो एक वेबसाइट में सक्सेस स्टोरी इंडियन कंपनीज की हो, एंड मिनिस्ट्री शुड ओन देम एज इफ दे आर देयर बेबीज, रादर देन तुम लोग आओ ये पूछो वो पूछो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं यार, वी विल हेल्प यू. यही कहना था. और बुरा मत मान जाना, ये सब बोल दिया है ना थोड़ा. हाँ जी 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 सर. अमित जी बुरा मत मान जाना, ये सब थोड़ा.
I think appreciate the inputs given by all the panelists, and I think now we have 4 minutes, so we'll try to close. Thank you so much everyone for your inputs and very good ideas given. I think the overall participation has been really nice, excellent on that. I would just summarize in one pager. So we'll say that this community talks about India, EU chemicals and petrochemicals as Mission 2030, as Professor Ji mentioned a couple of times, and Vision 2047. So I think that is one of the highlight of the one pager that we will have. First and foremost, the first priority and first focus area coming very strongly is sustainability and safety, because we discussed a lot. So under that heading we'll talk about net zero, we'll talk about and work and collaborate on circular economy, we'll talk about green chemistry, and also work in a focus on hydrogen part as well in terms of generation, storage, distribution, everything put together. Second focus area which is definitely coming is people. And in people, we start with the mobility, that how India and EU can have a seamless mobility of people between the two trading blocks. Under that, the second part is capability. That came very strongly because we are a country which is on a cusp of huge transformation. We are talking about becoming third largest economy, fourth largest economy. So with those aggressive numbers in place, we will need our people to be highly capable, highly developed, not only in the area of R&D, which was spoken very nicely by our panelists, but also manufacturing and also digitalization, so that we make our country future ready. The third part is on the process part. We talked about supply chain management, where how can we strengthen our supply chain management, not only in terms of provisioning of transportation of specialized products, but also streamlining other things, availability of ISO containers, then other containers, then vessel. How can we make supply chain future ready, because the future volume is going to be very high. So if you are struggling with availability of components of supply chain now, we are likely to struggle even further as we move into Mission 2030. So that was and also we talked about technology transfer. There is an opportunity for us to streamline the technology transfer, have a collaboration between ministry level and as well industry body level work, so that confidence building can be taken care of, and therefore we can streamline the technology transfer. Regulatory framework, simplification and standardization was one of the key focus area coming out from the discussion, that how can we standardize it so that our industry doesn't end up repeating the same thing and go through the pain again and again. I think the fourth part, just a small part, but yes, very important. We talked about marketing and communication of India as a country in our forum, in India-EU forum. How can we document success stories of Indian chemical companies, great R&D success stories, and then collate it and then market in the respective forums. So that's the fourth key focus area coming. Over to you, sir.
Also.
Yeah. So people mobility.
Amitabh, just one point over here. See, I think all of us sitting over here would also like to understand that today, whatever we discuss, now what after that? Because we talk, we go into the oblivion, again to meet in the next forum. What I would say is that now from here on, what is the report card and what is the land, whatever the suggestions have come, if you can then later brief all of us, probably on a mailer, and then probably come with what possible solutions can come out of whatever we have discussed in what manner.
Kapilji, actually this forum is, as Secretary Sir today morning told, that is not a one and last. See, the issues have been taken, and this issue, some of the issue is pertaining to DCPC, some of the issue is pertaining to different ministries. And we have a system of department-wise issues that we are compiling in our department for our industry concerns. What are the concerns of the industry? That we have started compiling. And we are taking off with the different ministries and at various level, like at JS level, at Secretary Sir's level, even at the level of Honorable Minister. The issues are taken at their respective levels. So there are few issues have been resolved also recently. And we are in the process of resolving maximum number of industry issues and as quickly as possible, because now this is the time. Unless the industry issues are taken right, because the time is less, we have to accelerate things. We have to quickly resolve issues, which issues can be resolved, that should be resolved quickly. So there are various good suggestions that Dr. Khandelwal mentioned. Few of them, like the industry academia interface. On that also we are working. Like we had some industry interaction where we are in the process of taking help of the industry, consulting them and developing a website or portal in which the industry will upload their problems. The research institutes will give their achievements, research achievements. So the research will be, basically we want that it should be aligned with industry's requirement. That is one thing which the department is also working actively. And secondly, as Khandelwal sir said, we should have a technical cell in our department. Already a technical support cell is working. And like the PLI scheme or whatever technical issues are of the industry, that technical cell examined in detail in threadwear. Then it is given to us, and then we take up further. Similarly, we have got an industry facilitation cell also. It has opened recently in February, in the month of February, where any industry issue, if they can come on physically also, or even a mail is coming to us, that is logged into the industry facilitation cell, and they examine it. Our technical, our industrial advisors, the technical people, doctorates, chemical experts, they are chemical experts basically. They examine the issues, and then those industry issues are taken into the logical conclusion. Like if it is pertaining to Department of Agriculture, then it comes in the Department of Agriculture issue. Then suppose environment issue, then all these issues are again then followed up with respective ministries. And all the issues what we are getting, that on Friday to Friday basis we liquidate and we take it to the our departmental concerns, and then we further follow it up for its logical conclusion. So all these things the department is already working, and also we are open to any time, any interaction, any suggestion, because it is we are with the industry, and Honorable Minister also tells ki now we have to resolve the issues of industries and we have to take it forward so that our growth, that which is the industry, that is met. That industry is helped to work on and progress. Or logistics, for example, the logistic issue. All those issues are, if not resolved, then desired result we will not get. So department is actively working on that, and as our secretary sir also today morning, he told that he gives we'll assure you that all the industry issues are taken to their logical conclusion. And any time, any suggestion, any intervention is required, the department is open for taking those suggestions.
Yeah.
But we have to see this in totality, and because all things are interrelated, and if a particular link is not functioning properly, then the overall achievement we will not get. So things will just only, like Honorable Minister told in the inaugural address, that we have to think this department in totality and to think in that way. Yeah. So I think we have come to the end of India Chem. This is the last event. So I take this opportunity to thank from our Secretary DCPC sir side, from the department DCPC side, all the respected industry members, others who have come and participated very actively, gave all the suggestions, and we will definitely try to take those suggestions forward, how quickly or how effectively we can solve it. And I also thank the FICCI, our organizers, and our knowledge partner PwC for this event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for so nice chairing the session.
Thanks.
तो सर आपके साथ एक ग्रुप फोटो हो जाए स्पीकर्स का, if you don't mind. Yeah. All speakers will come to you and we'll have a, है ना?
But all I think cannot come.
नहीं, हम कुछ पीछे खड़े हो जाएंगे आपके साथ. नहीं, speakers का एक